Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Light you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday, happy Monday. Oh, good morning, Lynn. Lynn says she first in the place today. Good morning, Tyson. Oh, Merelda. Look, I got your thing. I got it lit up so I couldn't see it. Hey, Merelda, good morning. She said she's second. I second. Hey, Tanya, good morning. Hey, therapist. Good morning. Hey, Lexi. Welcome, welcome, guys. All the lurkers. Good morning. Good morning. We are getting started. Oh gosh, these Mondays, right? I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I kind of figured that the Sarah Grace Patrick trial was going to be postponed. We kind of talked about that yesterday, so I kind of knew that was going to happen. But I guess I ain't even gonna say I was holding out hope. I'm good with that. But then I was like, okay, well, our unspent bully case, right? I'm like, okay, we can do something on the unspent bully case, but it's not gonna take us all day to do that. That's probably gonna be like an hour or two. I'm assuming that they may be in jury selection. I haven't heard anything in regards to it being postponed for that trial. The only other trial that was out there was the Paul Canero. That's in New Jersey. That I seen. So I don't know about that one. I don't even know what that one is about. Let's see here. So I know last time when we were supposed to go into a hearing for YNW Melly, the hearing didn't happen. They was like filming other stuff in there. I'm assuming that we're going to need this hearing because they're trying to tie up things before the 21st. If the trial is going to go, if this is going to take place on the 21st. So I figure in the meantime, I did want to show y'all the mom's testimony. So we'll watch that until the hearing actually starts and give them some time just in case the hearing starts. But I'm not holding my breath on this one either of a hearing starting. So just so y'all know where I'm at with that. So hopefully they'll show the motion hearing. I know in Florida, when we get to these kind of type of trials, there's all types of delays, all types of funny stuff going on. So like I said, I don't know what time it's going to come on, but I do got my notification on. So I'm watching it on the back screen. Just so y'all know. With Sarah Grace, let's see here. I was trying to see if they were showing anything in regards to it. Give me 1 second. I don't see anything live in regards to it right now. I just wanted to make sure that like they didn't have any kind of hearing this morning. I don't see anything, but that's not to say that something is not happening. Something is not brewing. But that makes sense. Although I do want her to, if she's not guilty, I want them to get her in and out of there. But sometimes what we want and what needs to happen doesn't always happen that way. Okay. Okay, so I'm good with that. Continue session. Hey, Christine, good morning. Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, is we here at Take It to Trial, we are going to watch, and let me set this up for you guys. I'm not going to go back to the opening statements of the first trial, but the reason why this trial right here is currently happening in regards to the witness tampering, the witness tampering case is in regards to YNW Melly allegedly, I don't know if he I guess you can say allegedly he made some kind of threats or did something to keep his girlfriend, who they're going to refer to as MH probably a lot during the hearing time, from coming in and testifying. Remember, she is the young lady that we watched the video where she was arrested when she came back to Florida from an international flight. Now, this footage that I'm about to show you, this trial coverage, this is when Mariah's mom was on the stand in the first trial. So remember, Mariah and her mom were supposed to come and testify. Mariah's mom came and testified, but Mariah never showed up. I wasn't going to go into opening statements or anything like that because I don't think we have to cover that because that's not part of this trial. But I just wanted you to see like the mom's demeanor, because at this point in time, they're saying that, hey, it's not Melly that's bothering us. It's you, prosecutor. Like they were really like, it's you, prosecutor. Like it is you. And the mom was like, she was a little spicy on the stand from what I can remember. She was a little spicy on the stand. In the meantime, in between time, I will be checking on our unspent redrum trial, and I'll check on the New Jersey trial to see what's going on with that. But I mean, this is typical for a Monday start when the trials are just getting started. So we got to wait for jury selection. Unfortunately, they're not going to let us look into that. Thank you so much, Marilda. You said the trial is going to start next year, Christine. Which trial are you speaking about? Are you talking about his retrial or are you talking about his witness tampering trial? I'm just curious. Oh, the retrial, yeah, once they get finished with all their motions and stuff. It's at the Supreme Court. They got a lot of rulings that they still got to make. So this is Mariah's mom. This is the mom for the young lady that's currently in question. Let's go in and listen to her testimony. I have my back eye in regards to anything going on with any of our other trials, and also this hearing. All right, guys.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Felicia Ashe Holmes,
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
FELICIA, agent health and safety.
Please have a seat. Ms. Holmes,
Yes, sir.
that microphone in front of you does not move back and forth, though. Just up or down, but not back and forth.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Holmes.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Not good.
Are you cold?
No, I'm just, I don't feel comfortable.
Are you nervous?
I feel threatened.
So, Ms. Holmes, I want to start and just talk about who you are.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes, do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who is Mariah Hamilton?
My youngest daughter.
And how old is Mariah?
She's 22 right now.
And Mariah, did she have a romantic relationship with someone named Jamell Demons, also known as YNW Melly?
Yes, she did.
When was she involved in that romantic relationship with Melly?
I'm thinking maybe 2016 or so till maybe 2019, 20.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet Mr. Demons?
Yes, I did.
What did you refer to him as?
I call him Jamell Melly.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Where is he?
He's right here.
And what's he wearing?
A white turtleneck and a gray jacket.
Your Honor, the record reflected and court identification of the defendant.
Yes, the record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
So in October of 2018, had you met the defendant prior?
Yes, I did.
How many times had you met him in person prior to that?
A couple.
A couple?
Maybe two maybe.
Okay. Did you follow him on social media?
I'm not sure. In 2018, I wasn't. No.
Did you know if he had social media at that time?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Did you have a social media account at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was your social media handle?
I'm sorry.
What was your social media name?
My name. For which one?
For Instagram.
Instagram. Was like Bling Queen 258.
Did you have a Snapchat at that time?
I don't think so. If I did, I may have.
What about your daughter? Did she have an Instagram?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Wait, did she have Snapchat?
I'm pretty sure she did.
So I'm going to show you what's been already admitted into evidence as State 61. There's a couple of videos and things on that I would like to ask you to ask some questions about.
Your Honor, we'd object as to the predicate being laid for this witness to testify to any of this material.
Thank you. Objection noted.
So I'm showing you what is titled Memories 2018 October 9th, 4:58 UTC, Melly, Montana. Can you see that picture there on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Who is the female over there?
That's my daughter.
And which daughter is that?
Mariah.
Okay. Who else is in that photograph with her?
That's Jamell.
want to go here to this image. This is 2018, November 11th, 23:53:26 UTC. Again, Melly, Montana. Who is pictured in this photograph?
My daughter Mariah.
Do you recognize the individual in the back?
No.
Prior to coming into court yesterday, were you shown two photographs of the alleged victims in this case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to identify them?
No, I was not.
In terms of your relationship with Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas, how many times have you met them?
Maybe Stack maybe twice. Judy maybe once.
And do you know them by their real names?
No, I don't.
How did you refer to them?
Stack and Judy.
Okay. So I want to go forward to some of the videos in this particular exhibit, specifically Memories 2018, October 18th, 2:17:49 UTC. Start with this one. I'm going to.
Before you tell me all that extra shit, and like, they leave the most important shit here. Then,
So the image that is shown there, do you recognize the person in that driver's license?
It's blurry.
Okay. I'm going to show you another video, the next one
the most
here.
important shit here. Like, get right there, like, you know you come back.
Whose driver's license is that?
That's my daughter.
The conversations and things that on there, do you recognize the voice?
I didn't really listen. I mean, you have to play it again.
Before you tell me all that extra shit, and like, they leave the most important shit here. Then,
Do you recognize the person who's speaking in that video?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Jamell.
Okay. So I want to go back to October 26th of 2018. Where were you living?
I was living in Cocoa.
And my geography is terrible, I think. How far away is Cocoa from Broward County?
About 3-4 hours.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Were you a registered nurse at that time as well?
Yes, I was.
Did you know the defendant's mother?
Yes, I did.
And who is she?
Jamie.
Have you met her prior to October 26th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Have you communicated with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a phone number for her?
I'm pretty sure I probably did.
I'm not asking you to.
I don't know if I did or not. I can't remember.
Okay. So I want to go forward on October 26th of 2018 and talk about that early morning hours. Did you receive or hear a phone call or FaceTime video call in which the defendant was a participant?
I did overhear. I'm not quite sure exactly the context of the call, but I did overhear the phone call.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what woke you up that morning.
Just hearing my daughter's voice.
Okay. What was the tone of her voice without saying what she said?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember anything the defendant said on that video?
Not verbatim, no, I don't.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read the statement you gave in 2018?
I read the statement.
Okay. Was
But
it
I don't recall. I don't remember anything from that statement, but I do remember my deposition from December 22.
So the deposition, that would have been 6 months ago?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go and when you spoke, remember speaking with law enforcement in December of 2018?
I remember speaking with them, but I don't remember what they look like. I don't remember their names, but I do remember talking to someone.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, I want to ask you, were you honest and truthful with law enforcement when you spoke with them?
I would hope so. I mean, it was 2018. I went through a lot in that year, so I'm not sure where my mindset was at that time.
Did you lie to law enforcement?
I would hope not. I don't remember what I said back. It was like 5 years ago.
Oh, of course. I understand it's been a long time. So in terms of the time frame, that was closer in time to the incident of October 26th of 2018?
If that's where you guys are saying it is.
You don't even remember?
I don't remember. Like I said, 2018 was a very hard year for me. My husband just went to prison. My father died. I had a lot going on, so
Of course.
I was really out of it.
Okay. And in terms of your conversations with the police officers that morning,
Yes. I do remember that they kind of bullied me and threatened my daughter to take her to jail for accessory after the fact. I do remember that.
Yes. And in terms of the statements that you made about what happened,
Yeah.
you don't have any recollection of that. Did you read this statement multiple times?
I looked at it and I just didn't recall it, and I don't know.
And so you indicated you hoped you were truthful with law enforcement.
Yes, I did.
I have to ask you to be more definitive. Were you truthful?
I don't remember what I said to them back then, so if I was to tell you something now, I could be lying. I don't want to lie on the stand because you're going to take me to jail. So I'm saying what you want me to say.
I do not want you to say anything. I want you to tell the truth.
Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, with regards to that day, did you lie to law enforcement?
Objection has been answered.
Excuse me, hold on. Repeat your question.
I don't remember.
Excuse me,
Yes, sir.
only one person can talk at a time, and there was an objection. I just wanted to be
Okay.
clear. All right, you asked your question again.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, did you lie to law enforcement?
Not that I recall.
Oh.
I don't remember.
Okay. Going forward to the events of that day,
Yes.
when you heard that phone call, where were you?
I'm home.
Where was it? Home in Cocoa?
Cocoa.
Who else was there at your house?
My kids.
When you heard the phone call, did you hear what had allegedly happened?
I heard that there might have been a shooting.
Did you see any pictures or videos of anyone that was injured at that point?
No, I did not.
Did you see the defendant on the screen of that video call?
I saw his face, yes.
In terms of the method of communication, do you know if it was a FaceTime call?
I assumed it was FaceTime. I couldn't say for sure what kind of call it was.
At the time of October of 2018 to December of 2018, do you know the defendant's phone number?
No, I don't.
Do you recall today what the defendant's phone number was?
No, I don't.
Okay. In terms of the information and stuff that you have regarding that phone number, was that saved in your phone at that time?
It may have been. I can't remember.
Do you remember what phone number you had?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So, Ms. Holmes, to go back in terms of looking at your statement or any of the other things, refresh your recollection as to what the defendant's phone number was and what you had at that time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. You said you didn't remember the defendant's phone number.
No, I don't.
Would looking at a copy of your statement help refresh your memory as to what?
No, I don't think it won't.
Okay. Would you like to try to do so?
You have to look at it for you, sure.
And so, counsel, on for the record, I'm showing for page 3 of 8. And I'm going to ask you, Ms. Holmes, to just read this part silently to yourself. And we're going to start here, this, and through here, okay? Silently to yourself. When you're doing that, does that refresh your recollection?
No, it doesn't.
Your Honor, pursuant to 90.
So just on a side note, y'all see her right here? This attorney that's sitting next to YNW. This case has so much mess in it. Let me show y'all this. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't want to use that. Wait a minute. Let me show y'all this. Wait a minute. Let me show y'all this real quick. Why they showing her now? That's her. Like, this case is such a mess. Such a mess. So that's her right there. She also represented Kodak Black. I don't know. I know they pulled her phone records and they secure her phone records, and that's why she's not on a new case. But this case revolving around YNW has so many issues all over the place. You talk about prosecutors getting kicked off the case. You talk about attorneys that are have arrestees, have criminal records. I know they pulled all of her phone records, allegedly. Such a mess, just all over the place, is what I would like to say. That's what I was telling Lisa like yesterday. Like, this case is just like, it has too much going on. And y'all know I'm kind of like, I want to be in and out of a case, and this case just does have a lot going on. Hey, lawyer's daughter, good morning. Hey, Rachel, good morning. Yeah, it just has a lot going on. So hopefully, oh no. Yeah, so her name is Raven Liberty. Yeah, so I think they was pulling her yeah, it's just weird. I don't know what too much drama. Okay, here we go.
8.8035, the state would move at this time to read into the record the relevant portions.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can I speak, please?
Yes, sir.
If you don't, it's 12 o'clock. Let's take our lunch and recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Certainly no research, all right?
And he has to close his mouth. Oh my goodness. Why did he have his mouth open that long? God, talking about catching flies. Yeah, I probably want to make it through it, especially if he's going to keep his mouth open like that, because I want to know why he got his mouth open so much.
Please notate on your chair. Sorry for the delay. What time you seated? For the record, reflecting the critical defendants, Demons, as counsel, the chief state attorneys, the general jury, our witnesses. Bishop Holmes remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. It's my fault. Name that I think we're ready to proceed now. Ms. Holmes, I just remind you, you're under oath. All right. Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about your deposition.
Yes,
Do you recall, and you've been provided a copy of that deposition?
yes, I got, my lawyer got provided a copy.
When you, in that deposition, were you asked if your prior
Objection.
statement?
Improper impeachment.
I heard it over. You can ask your question, counsel.
Ms. Holmes, prior to that deposition starting, were you given your prior statement to review?
Which you mean?
Were
I
you?
understand, the position that I did on December 22nd. Yes, it was given to my lawyer yesterday, right before, briefly to look at, yes.
So the deposition you that was
It was
provided
given to my lawyer
to
yesterday, yes it was.
So do you remember coming into that deposition?
Yes, I do, I was in jail, put me in jail. Yes,
Correct.
I remember.
And so it's clear in terms of you don't want to be here.
You're making me be here, yes, I have
Yes.
a house, a band on my leg, I'm a nurse, I can't even work properly, yes.
You were under house arrest because you failed to comply with the subpoena?
No, you're not serving
Excuse me,
subpoena.
sustain. Listen, how we're gonna do this is you ask your questions, counsel, man, listen to her question, answer her question.
Yes, I am.
All right?
Yes, sir,
Thank you.
Okay. So going back to the deposition
yes,
on December 14th of 2022,
yes,
do you remember coming to my office?
yes, I do,
Do you remember being asked questions at that time?
yes, I do,
Do you recall being given a copy of your prior statement of December 12th, 2018?
no, I don't remember that, I don't remember it, but I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is permission to approach on it,
With what, counsel?
her deposition.
Objection, Your Honor.
I have to give her an opportunity to.
I saw that,
Excuse me, there's no question pending review. All right, you can proceed, counsel.
Okay. So, counsel, I'm showing her page 10, line 10 through 17. Okay, so just read them silently to yourself. So back on December 14th, 2022, were you asked if you need to make any corrections or deletions to the statement of December of 2018?
That's what the deposition said, judicially.
And did you indicate that there was no corrections or deletions in those statements?
I don't remember, but that's what's on the deposition.
So December of 2022, you said that this was a correct statement.
Objection.
Sustained.
So Ms. Holmes, is the December 2018 statement that you gave correct and honest?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Excuse me. You have to let, I don't understand you're trying to answer the question, Ms. Holmes, but when they raise an objection, you say, let me answer the objection first.
Yes,
all right?
sir.
Objection notice overruled. Question is the statement, repeat your question.
Is this December 2018 statement correct and honest?
I don't remember the December 2018 statement.
In December of 2022,
Yes, ma'am.
did you state that it was an honest and correct statement?
That's what you put in the deposition. I don't remember saying it, so I can't remember verbatim what happened that day. I remember some parts of this deposition, but not all.
Okay, is there anything that you need to refresh your recollection to determine whether or not I'm being truthful and accurate as to what the question was in your answer?
I don't know to say that.
Okay.
Is that a question?
And asked if there's anything that
Excuse
was.
me, one at a time. All right? Just one, let her finish her answer before you ask the next question.
So, Ms. Holmes, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Would the audio of the statement of December 2018 help?
Objection.
What's the objection?
It's irrelevant. She testified 3 times.
Excuse me, thank you. Now as to this, go ahead, overruled.
I don't know. I don't.
So, Ms. Holmes, with regards to the events of October 26th of 2018,
Yes, ma'am.
did you travel down here to Birmingham?
Yes, I did.
Who did you come with?
My daughter and my wife.
Okay, where did you go?
We went to one of Jamell's friend's house.
And whose house was that?
Frida.
I know approach has been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states triple N for identification purposes only. Ms. Holmes, do you recognize the 2 individuals in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I know Frida from being on Instagram from rapping. He's a rapper.
Okay, any other individual in that photo?
My daughter is from Whitman.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear your answer. Could you
Which
repeat?
one? Do I recognize?
Thank you.
I do recognize Frida from Instagram for being a rapper, and I recognize Jamell from dating my daughter.
You're at this time, the state would request in the states triple N. N is the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
Relevance.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple N, B mark states 62.
This is the photo that you can see on your screen that you just identified? Okay. So when you said Frito, is this the individual's house you went to?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Holmes, how much money has the defendant's manager given you since the October of 2018?
Objection. Relevance.
Why don't you come sideways?
How much money have you gotten from the defendant, Jamell Demons' manager?
None.
And with regards to that specific statement, Ms. Holmes, you have formerly had a credit union
I
account?
should guess I do launch credit union
Okay. And at Launch Credit Union, you banked there for a number of years.
many years.
The credit union that you've been at, it's been your account, and I won't put your account number on the record for that reason.
Your Honor, object to this line of questioning based on the court's ruling.
Objection, no, it's overruled. Proceed.
So the your testimony is that you have never been given money whatsoever.
I've never been given money for personal use.
Okay. So the question is, how much money have you been given by the defendants?
For vacation for all of us, for him, his wife, and me to pay for it, as far as he gave me $5,000 for Airbnb, and if I gave him $1,000 to deposit that,
So he did give you money.
not for personal use.
Okay.
Excuse me, can we clarify who he is,
Objection, Your Honor.
Jameson Francois?
Objection, or just clarify, counsel.
So it's clear, who is Jamison Francois?
He's trapped, he's Melly's manager.
And you mentioned his wife as well. Who's his wife?
I used to go by AA.
So AA and his wife.
We're all good friends.
So I'm going to show you now what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as page M. It's a composite of 17 pages. Did you have an opportunity to review that prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in terms of the individuals and the phone numbers that are on that, do you recognize your own phone number?
No, I do not.
Okay. Going forward through the contents of that particular item, do you recognize the conversation about a snake?
No, I do not. I know they had a snake. I don't recognize this conversation.
Okay, with regards to the conversation about the snake that you do remember, what do you remember about the snake?
That they had a snake.
What happened to it?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Aaron, may we approach that?
Sure.
So Ms. Holmes, I want to ask you a question as to what was your daughter's phone number back in October of 2018?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to what her phone number was?
No, because I don't remember mine.
You don't even remember your own?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
In terms of, did you review your statement of December 14th of 2018? Did you review that statement prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And in that statement, were you asked, what is your daughter's phone number?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
If I were to show you the statement, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether or not you were asked that question?
I don't think you would, but you can show us.
You have permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 3 of 8. If you could just read silently to your son. Okay, looking at that, does that refresh your recollection as to what your daughter's phone number was?
I still don't recognize the number. It doesn't for me, but I don't know if that's her number. I don't recognize the number.
Okay, so you don't recognize the
I
number?
got 3 daughters, so I don't know.
Understood on that one. So, Judge, permission to treat the witness if possible?
Objection. What's your sidebar, please?
Oh, she want to treat her hostile.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury.
Whoa.
Our witnesses home for me.
How too often we get that?
Apologize for the delay. Ask me ready to proceed,
Yes, Your Honor.
please.
Okay, Ms. Holmes, when we left off, we were talking about a pet snake.
Yes,
Do you remember there being a pet snake?
I remember you talking to me about it yesterday.
Okay. And with regards to that snake, you recall it unfortunately passed away.
I'm pretty sure probably, I'm not sure it's not here, I'm pretty sure.
Do you remember the name of that pet snake?
No, I don't.
In terms of the owners of that snake, do you remember who owned it?
I just know it was, I don't know who the owner was, it was in the house with Mariah lived.
Okay. Where did Mariah live at that time?
She lived in Myanmar.
And do you know the address?
No, I don't.
Who did she live with?
She lived with a boyfriend, but you know.
Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you don't remember your phone number in
I'm
October
telling you guys,
2018?
I do not remember my phone number. I don't remember.
And are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you don't remember your daughter's phone number?
No, I do not remember my daughter's phone number.
And there's nothing that would refresh your memory or recollection whatsoever?
Objection, asked
4 years
and
ago.
answered.
Overruled.
That was 4 years ago. I had so much trauma in my life since then.
Yeah, I don't remember none of that.
So Is it fair to say that you
I better mute
were
up.
worried about Melly when you came down here to Fort Lauderdale on October 26, 2018?
Was I worried about him? Yes, I was.
You were worried about him because he had just been involved in a drive-by.
No, because they said his friends had been in the drive-by.
And you were worried about him because he was hiding in some bushes.
Objection.
I don't remember him being in the
Sustained.
bushes.
What do you remember?
I sustain the objection.
What do you remember?
I just remember him saying for us to come get him.
When you made contact with him later that same day at Frito's house?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say he had no blood on him?
No, he didn't have any blood.
And is it fair to say that he left Frito's house and went up to a video shoot that afternoon evening?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to that video shoot?
No, I didn't.
Did Mariah live with Mr. Demons after the homicide for a period of time?
Yeah, she did.
Did she live in a condo in Miami with him?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Have you made other statements about the events of October 26th of 2018?
I don't remember making any other statements.
Do you recall a Instagram conversation with the co-defendant Cortland Henry?
I don't remember it.
Okay, if I may approach, I'll see if this refreshes your recollection as to that conversation. It's 3 pages.
Is that the mark, counsel?
Not yet, Your Honor.
I don't remember it. I don't remember it.
You don't have any recollection of that?
I don't remember it.
Is that your Instagram, Lane Queen 258?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the conversation that you don't recall on that whatsoever?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Okay. Is your testimony here today that you lied in those statements?
That I lied in my statements.
The allegations that you made to Mr. Henry?
I don't remember making those allegations, so I don't.
Do you remember sending screenshots of those allegations to a detective?
I remember sending a detective something stating that I didn't threaten Portland.
No.
That's I remember that.
You remember sending screenshots of conversations?
I remember telling him that I did because he reached out to me, asked me did I threaten to kill Portland, and I said no, I did not threaten Portland. I remember that.
Was there any threats made to you by the defendant?
No, not at all.
In terms of your daughter, Mariah, where is she?
I don't know.
After this incident, did she live with the family of the defendant?
She's always lived down there. Before this incident, she always lived there.
And your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today that you saw Jamell Demons on October 26th of 2018.
Yeah, I saw him.
That you spoke with him and heard him on the FaceTime conversation.
I did speak with him, yes.
And it's your testimony that he indicated that it was some sort of shooting that occurred.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay, and it's your testimony that you saw him on your daughter's cell phone as a video call.
I saw him.
Is it your testimony today that after that you called Jamie King?
Yes, I did call Jamie.
And in terms of the conversation with Jamie King, that occurred
Yeah.
immediately after the FaceTime?
Not probably immediately, but sometime after. Not quite sure the time. I don't remember the time, what time it was.
And it's your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury today that you were dishonest in your first statement?
I don't remember my first statement.
Okay. Is it your testimony to ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you would
I
lie?
don't remember my first statement. I have no reason to lie to you.
Yes or no? Did
No,
you lie to police?
I did not lie to you, no.
Yes or no, did you lie to police?
I didn't lie to you. I don't remember my first statement. You're trying to make me say I remember my first statement. I didn't. For me to say no, I didn't lie would mean I remember my first statement. I don't remember it, so I don't remember.
Well, if you need more time to look it over, I have a copy of it.
I looked it over and I still don't remember it.
Okay. Well,
I had to look it over 100 times. I don't remember.
well, if you'd be so kind as to do it one more time.
Yeah, sure.
Just to make
I'll do
sure you can say that to this jury
I
that
don't
this is
remember that.
not truthful.
Yes.
Please take your time.
Objection asked and answered 5 times, Judge.
Second, objection noted. Overruled.
Yeah, I honest to God do not remember any of this on here. Like, I don't remember talking. I don't remember. I had a hard time that year, so it's a lot that I don't remember about that year.
Is it your common practice to lie to law enforcement?
Objection.
Excuse me, can I
I'm
see
just like
side
a
door,
lot.
please? Quiet, please.
Is it the transcript that you're saying is on that
I-
version?
Sustained.
I don't.
Excuse me, I sustain the objection.
Okay, so going back to the relationship with your daughter and the defendant,
Yes.
how long did that last?
3 years. Not quite sure how long.
During the course of that relationship, did she have multiple photographs of him?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Videos?
I'm pretty sure she did.
After this incident, on October 26, 2018, at Frido's house, is it your testimony that your daughter went upstairs with Mr. Demons?
She did. They did go upstairs.
They went upstairs. And do you know about what time you got to Broward County?
I probably got to Broward. Maybe I can't really remember the time. Maybe I don't want to lie. I don't know. But 1 o'clock, it was after lunch because we went to lunch right after. So it was lunchtime. It was 1 o'clock.
Do you remember going to lunch?
Yes.
Do you remember where you went to lunch?
I don't remember which restaurant.
Do you remember who you went with?
My daughter and AA.
And that's Jameson Francois' wife?
Yes.
And do you remember, your testimony to the jury that you remember the defendant, how he was dressed without blood on his clothing?
I don't remember exactly what he had on, but I just remember that there was no blood because that would have freaked me out. So I know he had any blood on him.
No blood on him. Is it your testimony to this jury in terms of that you went to Frito Bang or Frederick Gibbons' house?
Yes.
Is it your testimony to the jury that there were other individuals present at that house?
Yes.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Do you recognize any of the individuals?
No, I don't.
Okay. Your daughter, she was present?
Yes, she was.
And in terms of your appearance here today,
Yes.
you don't want to be here.
You don't want to be here. You made me come here.
I did.
Yes, you
So,
did.
and in terms of you were served with a subpoena
Never
prior,
served. Never served.
and so you were ordered by the court to show up.
You never served me originally. That was a lie.
And in terms of your job,
Yes.
did you quit your job?
I got fired because you put me in jail.
And prior to that,
Yes.
before you were put in jail, did you quit your job?
No.
Okay, so you never quit your job.
I had to leave because you told my lawyer to put a warrant out for me. So I had to leave my job.
Okay, so you left your job.
Yes.
Did the defendant ever offer to pay for you and your daughter?
No, I did my whole life.
Have you ever made statements contrary to that?
I don't remember.
If I may approach her?
Your Honor, objection.
Just show counsel.
Sure.
Can we approach?
Sure.
So I see they have turned on the cameras in the live courtroom feed. I'm just gonna pause us here. I don't know how this hearing is going to go. I know last time we thought we was going to like a pre-trial hearing, the boycott the plea. That was Bortland, the partner in crime. So I'm gonna take us over into the hearing live, and we'll pause her testimony right here, just in case they have some breaks and sidebars. Okay, guys. I guess if they talking, let me see if they talking. It don't look like they talk. Wait a minute.
Top of my page 2, State versus Jamell Demons, 23-10594 CF10A. I've got Ms. Bucklew, Mr. Griffiths here in person. I've got Ms. Collins on the Zoom call for the state. I've got Ms. Howard, Mr. Finley present in person with Mr. Demons, who also likewise is present. I put this on for today and for tomorrow for all pending motions. Let me put a couple things on the record, and then I won't limit either side in any way regarding any evidence, witnesses, or testimony they want to present, or if it's just their argument as to each. And then I'll give you rulings as to each. In preparation for the hearing today and tomorrow, I did review the following. Number one, the defendant's motion to inspect and photograph Jamell Demons' cell and conditions of confinement. That's electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. Defendant's motion to bifurcate gang enhancement contained in count 1, count 3, and count 4, electronically filed December 29th, 2025. The defendant's amended motion in limine to prohibit the introduction of out-of-court statements and irrelevant evidence, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. The defendant's motion for statement of particulars as to count 2, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. The defendant's motion to sever count 2 from counts 1, 3, and 4, and 5, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. The defense motion for additional time to file motion to suppress, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. And the state's response to the defendant's motion for statement of particulars as to count 2, as electronically filed January 2nd, 2026. So I did review all the motions. I did review all the authority cited therein. So I guess we'll just take them one at a time. Defense, when you're ready, you may proceed. Stand before you.
So what I'm going to do. Give your Honor the chronology of communications on the parties. So I'll start off by saying the state for the 3 are necessary. So we filed the motion on December 29th, giving the state attorney's office the opportunity to review those communications with them on December 31st. Make sure that they look at everything and make them the third decision. And on the second, we open the line communications so that we can have to make them more efficiently. And so I'll give the court, with Your Honor's permission, a rundown of where we are in the state that we've done. Any of my errors, if I make it. So with regard to the motion to inspect the photograph, which is to sell the state attorney's office position, but they don't take the position, but that's up to the sheriff's department. And so we reach out to the legal department, and so what we'll try to do, Your Honor, is resolve that without off the court, see if we can reach a resolution on that. If it's necessary, we'll let the court know. If we can try to reach a resolution outside the court.
If you do need me to hear that, if this is reached that, I'll just say we'll defer onto this one and make sure that they're noticed for the court. They got to be able to notice. Did you talk to Mr. Simano? Okay.
Send an email and that no one was able to get to it. But the jail is responding to all of our requests very, very quickly.
Okay.
We can solve the case if you have no doubt. Regarding the motion to eliminate, there have been some positions by the state. I'll let Ms. Howe come and address that, because that involves a number of subject matters. And I think there'll be an agreement between the state and the defense on what they'll not be going forward with. So I'll skip over that. The motion to sever count 2 from counts 1, 3, and 4. My understanding is that the state will agree to that motion and not move forward on count 2.
Ms.
So
Buckley,
I'm not agreeing to their motion. I'm severing the count on our own, and so the motion is moved at this point.
so we'll bifurcate the proceedings. We're gonna go forward on the other 3 counts. By the way, separate and apart from our discussion today, my office should have emailed everyone this morning some proposed let's call them preliminary jury instructions. Again, I'm not married to any of that. If and when, and only if, we get to the end of all the evidence, I'll give you a charge conference, just like normal, and I'll be happy to listen to either side with any requests of things they wanted added or deleted or changed. But in the preliminary instructions, I did in fact do it where the first 3 counts would go first, and then the count 2, the gang activities, would be bifurcated. So Ms. Buckley, you're moving to do that yourself.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then based on that, without objection from the state, that one's going to be granted. The trial will go forward as to counts 1, 3, and 5 only for purposes of what the jury sees. I'm going to call those counts 1, 2, and 3, but on our information, it's count 1, tampering with a witness in a capital felony. Count 3, solicitation to commit tampering, and count 5, conspiracy to commit tampering.
And Judge, I said this in order.
Oh, okay, let's see what you got.
I showed defense counsel.
Okay, Mr. Finley, no objection to this?
Okay.
Okay, so this one's going to be granted and entered. Give me 1 second. All right, yes, sir. What's next?
Regarding the motion to bifurcate gang enhancement as to counts 1, 3, and 4, the state has agreed to forego enhancement on those counts, and I think they should have an order, an ED order, and have no objection to the order as it's drafted.
That's correct, Your Honor. We're going on the gang enhancement on those other counts.
All right, so you're not gonna seek it at any point.
No, and the only caveat is if somehow the door is open, gang evidence could come up, but otherwise we're not going forward on the enhancement.
Okay, so hypothetically, if the defendant got convicted on one of those counts, you're not going to want to present any additional evidence, and you're not going to be asking for that enhancement to be included. Okay, so no objection to this order, Ms. Buckley? So then, otherwise, that one by the agreement of the parties is granted. Give me 1 second. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the remaining motions, the statement of particulars and the motions for different time file motions for us, I'll let my counsel Ms. Howe address those.
Okay.
And then I think on the motion to bifurcate. Because this is natural speeding is technically still running. So how would we go about that?
Well, I mean, my position would be once we start jury selection in the case, it's started, it's bifurcated only for purposes of how we're gonna handle it. It's gonna be the same jury, it's gonna be the same trial. I think once jury selection starts, Speedy's been satisfied, but that's just my take. All right, so that handles those. So Ms. Howe, whenever you're ready, anything else you want to tell me? I got the motion for statement of particulars, the motion for additional time to file any motion to suppress you might like to, and your amended motion eliminate, which involves several separate paragraphs.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And may I request that Mr. Demons have at least one hand on the clock for purposes?
Yeah, that's fine, Gary. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just press pause real quick. All right, real quick 5-minute break. Okay, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, listen, he's got to have a hand. He's behaved perfectly like a gentleman.
He said he gotta have a hand, man. Give him man a hand. Like he did everything that he's supposed to do. He's been nothing but a gentleman. Even though he might look scary, even though he may have redrum on his mind, give my man a hand. He need to take a note. So it looks like they are going to be handling the motion for additional time, the motion to suppress, and then there was one more motion that I know it was a total of 6. But I guess the gang activity part being suppressed, that motion being granted, that's pretty good. They got 2 all the way out, count number 2 out. So and I can show you those.
Jamell Demons, 2310594 CF10A. I continue to have Ms. Buckley, Mr. Griffiths present in person, Ms. Collins present on the Zoom call, Ms. Howard, Mr. Finley present in person, with Mr. Demons who continues to be present. Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, I would ask that the next motion we hear is the amended motion.
Sure.
We do have some agreements as to this.
Okay, you want to just go one paragraph at a time?
So paragraph 1, I believe there's an agreement.
Yes, Judge, and same caveat, as long as the door's not open or whatever it is, do not enter that.
Okay, so as to, this is the defense amended motion, and paragraph number 1, the YouTube videos by 1090 Jake, you don't want to use any of those unless the defense makes it relevant.
Correct.
Okay, so that one is granted then with that understanding. As to paragraph 2, yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I just ask that should the issue come up as to whether or not they would use that to coach sidebar, if there's something that is or something that.
Yeah, that's fine. And if you need me to send the jury out to have that discussion, I'm happy to do that too. It's not a problem. Okay.
And the same with paragraph 2.
All right, state your same position as the TikTok video of Neek Baby, Neakdaby. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor, I informed the defense that we would not be playing the video. I might use a screenshot of the username if it's part of the investigation and to identify user but we would not be playing the video.
Okay, so same ruling as to paragraph number 1. As to paragraph number 3, statements by James Howard. Yes, ma'am.
So Your Honor, providing discovery are literally hundreds of phone calls from James Howard to a whole bunch of different people. And but none of the calls appear to have anything to do with demonstrations to a call where he indicates to someone, encourage notice, Melly, quote unquote, or he needs to talk to Melly, quote unquote. But there is nothing that indicates there's any conversation from James Howard to somebody about that is relevant charges.
State you want to use these statements.
We do plan on using the statement not to be irrelevant, Your Honor, but in the warrant affidavit, it does spell out that there are numerous calls between James Howard and one of the defendant's girlfriends that Burnett. There were, I believe, 26 calls made to Henry. specifically laid out within the warrant affidavit and the affidavit that states which calls you like. All the other calls are relevant.
Okay, so for this one, I'll defer on it. Again, each side can make whatever appropriate objection they need to at the time of trial. Again, I'll repeat, if it's an issue that I need to send the jury out to have a more thorough discussion with the lawyers, I'm happy to do that. If the parties aren't in agreement on some of these, I don't know any other way to do it. I don't know what the evidence, witnesses, or testimony are going to be at the trial. I would need to hear what that is to determine if this evidence is admissible, if it's hearsay, if there's a hearsay exception, if it's relevant. So as to paragraph number 3, I'm going to defer. That statement's by James Howard. Paragraph number 4 is phone calls between Cortland Henry and Junevia Molina, which is Juneviah Molina, Molina. Yes,
Yes, sir, and I informed the defense this morning that don't send a meeting on the call unless it's when I find a call that explicitly has something that shows you're still ongoing. I would let them know ahead of time, but right now.
Okay, so that one is, again, granted based on that caveat. Number 5, hearsay statements contained in writings and phone calls of Terrence Mathis. Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I put this in a motion when we simply to really alert the court. I think that this is going to be an issue I'm sure you're going to want to defer on with regards to the sufficiency of evidence of the conspiracy. Mr. Mathis is not testifying as a witness. The extent to which his statements or writings are admissible and assumed to state the line of the conspiracy or hearsay. And of course, the law is very clear. Conspiracy has to be proven prior to admission of co-conspirator hearsay. So I recognize this is a difficult issue for the court to rule on ahead of time without hearing what evidence may be presented. But I think it's important that it is raised at this point so that we're not jumping into hearsay, having objections in front of the jury, all of that. So I really am wanting to put the court on notice that this is a concern of ours and one which I think the court is going to have to address.
Okay, and you want to use this?
We do, Judge, and I think we will disagree on this, but the state's position is that the writings that we intend to use, the calls that we intend to use, while it is maybe Terrence Mathis' voice on the call, it is actually the defendant's words, they're his letters. We do have jail video we intend to present where he is, and it's all explicitly stated in the warrant affidavit and PC affidavit, where the defendant is holding what appears to be a kite, which is a letter, it passes jail, goes under his door, another inmate takes it, passes it through the wall, another inmate grabs it on the other side of the wall and presents it to Mr. Mathis, who then walks over to the phones and makes a call to Cortland Henry. And so that
Okay.
video is there. I can provide Your Honor with the calls that we intend to use to make rulings ahead of time, but I do think there are multiple layers to these calls. The first layer, not even being co-conspirator statements, I would say they're not being authentic, not assertive, but it's a statement of legal significance, aka an operative fact, and therefore not hearsay. And then the other statements that would not fall under that hearsay, non-hearsay ruling would be the co-conspirator statements. And I do believe there is sufficient evidence, either just spelled out in the affidavit or PC affidavit, to explain that there was a conspiracy going on. Obviously, under the evidence standard, we do have obviously the verbal acts that we would not consider hearsay as part of the conspiracy. We have the James Howard calls to Mr. Henry. We have payments made by Mr. Demons to Mr. Mathis' attorney for Perez. We have the defendant's phone privileges revoked. We have texts between Mariah Hamilton and Geneva Molina. We have other calls Mr. Mathis made to Cortland Henry about Ms. Barnett. We have Ms. Hamilton not showing up for trial or deposition. And we have that jail video. Just to make it.
Yeah, last word on this one. Go ahead.
Thank you. About 80% of what was mentioned appears also to be hearsay. I'm not sure what statements of legal significance mean in terms of the exception to hearsay rule or operative facts. But it does seem like it is going to be issues we're going to have to address as we see how the evidence comes in. I would remind the court that the dates of state has been very cooperative with providing discovery, so I'm sure we're going to get this information. The videos we have at this point appear to all have occurred after the dates charged and information, but that might just be how they came across. So we'll have a chance to look that out and see what the content is. I know in court order that we have to have exhibits.
Well, just so each of you all see it.
Yes.
You don't have to turn them into me.
I know, but that will give us a chance.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm paragraph number 5. Hearsay statements contained in the writings and phone calls of Terrence Mathis. I'll defer on that one, and I'll give you a ruling at whatever time it arises during the trial, based on whatever objection either side thinks they need to make. So,
Judge Lindley, I'm sorry, but obviously the majority of paragraph 5 and what we've been arguing about is a lot of these statements. So we would really need a ruling prior to the jury being sworn. Obviously, that would affect whether or not we go forward. So if I may, maybe we can put together some calls for your honor to listen to, and we can have another hearing date where it's argued prior to the jury being sworn.
I mean, if you want to turn something over to me and have me reviewed ahead of time, as long as they have it and they don't object to it, I'm happy to do that. I've never heard any of these calls. I've never seen any of these writings. So this is all in a vacuum to me.
And just so, you know, the argument really is the conspiracy has to be proved, not prove the hearsay. So having the phone calls aren't going to necessarily give the court the information needed to determine whether there's independent evidence of the conspiracy so as to allow the phone calls that are hearsay. So I think that almost requires an evidentiary hearing.
The state's arguing that some of these calls, some of the statements within the calls are not hearsay.
Yeah, listen, I'm not quite sure how I can do that before the trial, but I mean, I'll try to craft some time for you. And this isn't something you want to do tomorrow.
I would have to get all the calls together and but I could try.
Okay. Well, as to that one, I'm going to defer on it when we get done with our discussion today. If you want me to schedule something in the future, understanding that I'm sure you all know, I'm starting another capital case on Wednesday, so I might have a limited amount of time, but I'll do the best I can for you. On my case on Wednesday,
I might be able to.
well, I think I'm going to decline that invitation at this point.
No,
but-
it's scheduling purposes. It's not anything with the actual case.
Okay, well, press pause on that. Number 6, the resolution of Cortland Henry's case and the resolution of Terrence Mathis's case. Yes, ma'am. All right, you're not going to introduce any of this.
Correct.
All right.
Again, caveat.
All right, so that one's granted. We're not talking about how they resolve their cases. 7, any mention of the counts of the information that only charge Terrence Mathis and Cortland Henry. Yes, ma'am. You guys aren't? Okay. So, Ms. Buckle, if we get that far, and you've tried plenty of these cases with me before, we would need a dummy information for the jury, which would only contain, since we're bifurcating, the 3 counts that would be for their consideration. And you can remove the numbering, just the language, and just show it to defense. And just so they're aware, I give each juror a copy of the jury instructions, and I would give the jury as a whole this single dummy information, which just contains the actual language that's in the paragraph of the information, nothing else. So there would be nothing going back to the jury regarding the counts that do not include Mr. Demons. Number 8, the fact that Mr. Demons is charged with a capital felony. Yes, ma'am.
And it would be our position, Judge, that the fact that the capital felony is also a sentencing enhancement, and that it is prejudicial to Mr. Demons for the jury to know he's under indictment for murder, when it is not necessary to the charge itself. The allegation is not an element of the offense; it was a sentencing enhancement. Punishable by life, and the court can take judicial notice of this, or obviously we can stipulate to this, should there be a conviction on this.
Do state your position on that is.
Well, Your Honor, at first I was a little confused with the wording of it, and I did bring that up to counsel, because the title says the fact that we're dealing with discharge with capital felony, so I was in agreement, obviously, not to talk about sentencing, or that's a capital felony, that is being life or death. But the fact that he is charged with murder is the underlying offense as to the tampering, and that is completely relevant to this case, the serious nature of the case as to why a witness might be tampered with. You can't try our case in a vacuum at this point, and it's very typical for the underlying charge to come in, and so the court takes notice of it and just to discuss basic facts of the case in order to establish the tampering without making it a feature of the case.
Well, I'm looking at 21.10, the standard jury instruction for tampering with a witness pursuant to 912.22, subsection 1, which is exactly what Mr. Demons is charged with. To prove the crime of tampering with a witness, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The third element is the official investigation or official proceeding or offense or violation of a condition of probation, parole, release, affected, attempted to be affected, involved the investigation or prosecution of a, and then they give me a list of choices, and one of those is the capital felony. It's an element of the crime. So over the defense objection, I think that one's going to be denied. It's an element of the crime. So the defense's objection is duly noted, but I certainly can't prevent the state from introducing evidence of something that they're required to introduce to prove their case.
So, I'm sorry, Judge, if I just want to clarify.
Sure.
That would allow the state to introduce evidence that Mr. Demons was charged with those offenses.
Yeah, that's all they have to prove.
Yeah.
That he's charged with. Yeah, I would certainly limit the evidence as to that. The focus of this trial, the focus of the underlying offense, whether he may be, and I think I read in one of your pleadings, he may be actually innocent of that offense. He's presumed innocent of that offense. That still doesn't change the fact he can be charged with tampering with a witness. But it's an element of the crime that he is charged with a capital felony. And then the standard instruction goes on to say the court instructs you that first-degree murder is a capital felony. So I'm going to allow the state to do that. I would certainly limit it. It's not going to become a feature of this trial. What the underlying circumstances of that alleged crime are. But the fact that he's charged with the crime, I think they're certainly allowed to introduce that. All right, number 9, music lyrics published by Jamell Demons. Yes, ma'am.
So, Judge, it's our position that there's lyrics that have been provided in discovery, and none of the lyrics were written during the time alleged in the information with regards to witness tampering. Lyrics don't have any relevance to witness tampering, and so it's our position any lyrics are relevant to the determination of Mr. Demons' innocence or guilt, and immaterial. As the court knows, Mr. Demons has been in custody since 2019. So any this information is charges April to July 2023. So I can't conceive of how lyrics would be admissible.
Do you all want to use any of those?
I told counsel this morning I did not plan on using any of his published lyrics. I did use the caveat of within the phone, defendant's phone, there might be notes where there's some lyrics where he mentions Mariah or what he calls Riri, but those aren't official lyrics. Don't intend to use any of the official lyrics. He provided them separate.
All right. I mean, so that one's granted. Again, based on that caveat. Number 10, social media posts, Snapchat records, phone records, and Instagram messages from 2018 and 2019. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, as the court knows, the prior judge suppressed a great deal of this, but some of it for the murder case we believe was admissible. There were new warrants issued, but all of those accounts are from 2018 to 2019. So it is our position they would not be relevant. they are remote in time from this incident, and there would be no evidentiary value in this evidence, in the charges, the present charges that, as I say, are alleged to have occurred in 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, I would object as to this paragraph as being too broad. There are things within these records we don't intend to use for purposes of this trial, again, not making the homicide a feature of this case. However, we do have to prove that there was a relationship of some sort between Ms. Hamilton and the defendant and other witnesses in this case as to how she was tampered with. Including in those records are phone numbers to prove numbers being called from the jail, social media pictures to show that they had a relationship, things of that nature, or nicknames used, things like that. Because the calls use nicknames, they use code. So it would be introduced minimally to show those particular types of items, but not extensively to obviously try the homicide again.
And the whatever you might be referring to, that survived Judge Murphy's order?
Some of it did, yeah. And again, counsel brought it up, but we did do new warrants that did not include any of the suppressed evidence when submitting them to the court. And those were signed, and there was other evidence not included in the original warrants that were obtained through the secondary warrants.
Yeah, I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
So first of all, the state does not have to prove a relationship in 2018, 2019 to prove the charge of tampering in 2023. The relationship is not what is an issue. It's, was she duly summoned to appear in court? There's lots of language about all of that. So what their relationship was in 2018, 2019 as revealed in any of the social media posts and phone calls would not be relevant to their relationship in 2023. And nor, as I say, is the fact of a relationship the issue. The fact is, was she summoned? I have the statute, I don't have the exact number. Was she summoned for, an official proceeding? And did Mr. Demons do something to prevent that? So I would submit that it is not relevant. It only serves to prejudice him. Evidence that's 4 years prior to the incident.
All right. So for this one, number 10, I'm going to defer as to this. Again, I need to see the evidence as it comes out in the trial. I presume this person is going to testify. MH, I guess. You don't have to tell me today, but I assume this person is going to testify. So that may resolve a lot of these issues, but I'll defer as to it. We're going to have to be very careful. Anything that is out from Judge Murphy's prior orders, which have already been affirmed by the 4th TCA. Obviously, all of that remains out. So if there's something different, I guess I'll just have to see what it is, what the state's theory is, what the defense is arguing, what the evidence is. So I'll defer on that. Number 11, evidence and allegations from the pending murder case.
And Judge, we talked about this a little bit, or you did, with regards to the facts of the murder case. And I would submit to the court the facts of the case are not relevant. The fact that MH is a witness of some sort, allegedly, may be relevant, but not the facts of the murder case. We are not here to try the murder case. We're here to try an allegation of offense that occurred 4 years later. The underlying facts of the murder case have really no bearing, right? You could be acquitted of the murder case. In fact, I did bring the case, but I was reading the case about a person who was acquitted of a stalking charge, but was still tried on the tampering with a witness of the stalking case. So the guilt or innocence, the facts or lack of facts of the murder case would not be relevant to the tampering charge. It's just her not to attend the trial or prevent her from doing so. So I think the fact, the court's already ruled, the fact that he was charged, the fact there was some official proceedings between April and July would be admissible, but the facts of the underlying homicide case would not be relevant.
Yes, ma'am.
Which, again, I think I said it kind of down, we don't plan on trying homicide twice, we're not going to make it feature of the case, but some evidence as to the nature of the case, their relationship, how she was involved in the original case needs to come in.
All right, so listen, as to this one, I'm gonna deny it without prejudice to each side making whatever appropriate objection they need to at the appropriate time. I'm just gonna have to see how the evidence comes out. I will tell you, State, I'm gonna limit a lot of it. You're telling me you don't wanna make it a feature, so I'm not gonna let you make it a feature anyway. But I can't make you try the case in the vacuum, and certainly if the person that was tampered with there was some kind of prior relationship, I could certainly see a presentation of evidence where that would become relevant, or maybe not, but I'm denied it without prejudice at this point. Number 12, any evidence of alleged drug smuggling in the jail?
I think the state is in agreement with this.
You are, okay.
Again, with the power.
All right, so based on that, that one is granted as well. So we'll get you a written order on that one right now. My clerk will do it. I wrote down next to each. Yep, what's next?
The motion for statement particulars. And this is as to count two, obviously, which is now set for the purposes of our trials during the 21st. But Judge, as I lay out in the motion, the charge itself, first, interestingly, I could find no cases. I found a federal case that referred to the fact that there are no state cases on this one.
There's no standard jury instructions.
Correct. And so generally, I think with the way this is charged, it would be subject to a motion to dismiss. Because of a vagueness, and it's not just how it's charged, it's tracking the statutory language. But the cases, and the state provided them in their memo, have very helpfully, all say that a motion to dismiss is improper until there's a statement of particulars that actually outlines what are the essential facts of the crime. And here, with the charge of directing the activities of a criminal gang, it would be our position that, so the information definitely tracks the statute word for word, but there are no facts as to the essential elements. So it's unlawfully and knowingly initiate, organize, plan, finance, direct, manage, and or supervise criminal gang-related activity, to wit, which would be a good time to put in what essential facts was a criminal gang activity, but instead this information just tracks the statute and activity committed with the intent to benefit, etc. What is the activity? Or an activity in which participants are identified as gang members. Again, without any information with regards to the state's position on activity, the 3 months alleged in the information leaves it wide open as to what is the criminal gang-related activity that the state is going forward on. We are really in the dark on that, unless it's as simple as witness tampering, in which case that is something the state can provide in a statement in particular. But otherwise, we have a 3-month period alleged without any specific facts as to what the criminal gang-related activity that the the state intends to prove would be. And it does leave us unable to properly prepare. It also leaves Mr. Demons open with regards to double jeopardy concerns. What is, for that 3-month period, what else is he potentially liable for? And while the cases cited by the state do say what we all know, which is Florida's liberal discovery rules have taken the place often of a statement in particular, but as said specifically in the Supreme Court cases cited by the state, Dilworth, Waters, and even Lindsay, the court notes it is the liberal discovery rules coupled with the right to a statement of particulars as to the alleged essential facts the state is going forward. At this point, it would be our position that the statutory language is so generic that it does not inform Mr. Demons what allegedly criminal acts he committed. Because it's like the statute says, paraphrasing, it's a crime to commit crimes. But we don't know what crimes are allegedly involved. So in one of the leading cases cited by the state versus Dilworth, the Supreme Court of Florida addressed the whole issue on, and it's like, I couldn't really find anything very similar, but talked about sort of information can be dismissed for vagueness if, in combination with a statement of particulars, a defendant is not sufficiently informed as to the essential facts. So in Dilworth, it involved 15 counts of unemployment compensation fraud. And the counts each mirrored each other, except had different dates. And the court said a mere allegation that an accused engaged in fraudulent transactions, practices, or course of business is not specific enough to inform a defendant of what the allegedly did wrong. I would submit the same thing is true here. A mere allegation that a defendant was involved in criminal activity is not specific enough to inform a person as to what they allegedly did wrong. So, and again, citing the Florida Supreme Court, the advent of Florida's liberal discovery rules in criminal cases, along with the availability of a statement of particulars, a defendant is no longer forced to obtain information about the charge only from the charging document. So it is our, and similar language in State Waters, I believe it is. State Covington. In Covington, the Florida Supreme Court, kind of think if that was, I have a copy of the court, I'd like to see it.
Again.
State v. Covington, the Florida Supreme Court affirmed a motion to dismiss, saying it was generally okay to track the statutory language, but if the information as a whole is still vague, indefinite, or exposed, and accused to the danger of second prosecution, they must be supplemented by other factual allegations which set out the acts alleged to constitute the offense with precision and particularity. Here, there's nothing other than criminal activity. State v. Waters, it also talks about broad discovery and a statement of particulars is sufficient. And I sort of, and State v. Lindsay, same thing. Following the statute is generally sufficient when supplemented with a statement of particulars. One case that wasn't cited that I found interesting was, um,
Take your time.
yeah. And so, for one thing, I would mention that the cases cited by the state where it's a state appeal, generally it's because the trial court granted a motion to dismiss the information or indictment for vagueness. And so that's how the issue comes up, is in a motion to dismiss. And that's why the court generally says the information is sufficient if supplemented by a statement of particulars. And in fact, there are cases where they say an accused waives the argument on the vagueness of the information if a statement of particulars is not requested. So in State versus Headed Keene, I'll say, which is the first DCA case in 2020 at 297 3rd 991. This was a felony hazing charge at FSU. You might all remember that. And so the state did file a statement of particulars. So they still, the trial court dismissed the felony hazing because it was so, it just tracked the statutory language. But the appellate court found, and I was impressed with it, that the statement of particulars provided by the state, which is extremely detailed, it starts on page 4 and is recounted for several pages. So the court found with the statement of particulars, the charge itself was not too big. So it is our position that the way the statute reads, which is mirrored in the information, does not provide adequate notice and does not protect Mr. Demons against double jeopardy or being tried again for acts that are included in this time frame and this application.
Yep, state your response.
That we filed a written response that will rely on, in addition, I would argue that the discovery provided does pretty much spell out what the state is used for each count. The detective does write it in his affidavits and in his public affidavit.
Okay.
But I,
Yeah, that's word. Go
all
ahead.
right, thank you. One of the cases, actually specifically said it was wrong for the court to even rely on a cause affidavit, that is about the charging document. And I think from all of our prior discussions, the court knows there's this issue about the phone calls with James Howard that was an independent investigation of James Howard. That's how that came up. There's this issue about drugs in the jail. There's these other issues that are floating around. So to say discovery answers the question for it, it really doesn't. It really doesn't, because there's lots of claims of various criminal activity in the jail. And I think even Mr. Demons isn't charged with it. The co-defendant was, the use of electronic communication. But arguably, that's a crime and a criminal activity that's occurring during this time period. So I would submit that the information should be supplemented in order to withstand condition to dismiss. We have a statement of particulars as to what criminal activity the state intends to rely upon as essential facts of the case, and ultimately the court, I think, is going to need jury instructions.
Based on that, anything else you want to say? Mike Pettigin, Petagin. Okay, so listen, on this one, I read the state's response. I'm familiar with those cases. I agree with those cases. The state tracked the statute. That's certainly enough to survive a motion to dismiss. The 4th DCA's made their position on that very clear with this judge, even when this judge didn't agree. But be that as it may, nevertheless, I do note the references, as the defense points out, to statements of particulars. So state, I'm going to grant it. Here's what I'm going to grant it. Every information that your office files, for example, if it's a burglary that's alleged, you track the statute for burglary, and then you say to wit, and you list the victim of the burglary, the location of the burglary, the property that was taken. For every grand theft crime that your office files an information, you track the statute, and then you put to wit, and then you put here's the property taken, and here was the value. For every robbery information that your office files, you track the statute, and then you say to wit, and you put the victim of the crime, the force that was used, the property that was taken. So based on that, I am going to grant it. I don't know, by reading the statute and by reading the information, the jury is going to be told that Mr. Demons is charged with initiating or organizing or planning or financing or directing or managing or supervising some activity. So they need to know what that activity is. So state, I'm going to grant the defense motion for statement of particulars as to count 2. I'll give you 10 days to file a statement of particulars, understanding our time constraints here, but the fact that this count's going to go last and the other counts are going to go in front of it. So it's granted with 10 days for the state to file the statement of particulars. Just go cut a bit more on that one. Granted, the state has 10 days to file a statement of particulars as to count 2. Ms. Howard, I think that leaves your pending motion for additional time to file a motion to suppress.
Yes, and Judge, frankly, I had hoped to have that done. I just have not had the time doing some of these other things. So I would ask if in fact I wasn't sure whether it actually tracks the dates that Judge Murphy already has ruled would be admissible. I think it's 4 warrants in this case, and they're like 20 to 30 page affidavits. So I have to go through and compare them to see. And so I would ask for additional time to
Are these motions that are going to require witness testimony? Because at the end of the day, if we run out of time, it's certainly not ideal, but I can hear a pending motion to suppress contemporaneously with this trial. I might end up having to do that.
So I would suspect, but I'm not promising, that it would be a motion based on the 4 corners of the affidavit in terms of breadth, so, and sufficiency.
Which would not then require live witness testimony. Well, when I'm off the record, I guess the state's going to tell me something about my schedule this week that apparently I don't know about yet. But I can bring you back here tomorrow. I can bring you back here Friday, which is the 9th. You can appear in person or you can appear on Zoom. And if something's filed, I can do my best to try to create some hearing time for you, I'll ask the defense first. Which would you like me to do?
So, Judge, I'm sorry, Friday I have to be in Pensacola on a case. Tomorrow would be too soon.
You want to do it on Monday the 12th?
I think the 12th is the day we're supposed to exchange exhibits. So it may be
Monday.
And it may not be necessary.
Okay, so let me ask this, I'll ask the defense first, then I'll ask the state. Defense, your request, I delete the all pending motions hearing for tomorrow. You don't need any time tomorrow, but I'm gonna put you on. We'll just call it all pending motions as well as the trial status next Monday, which is January the 12th. Let's call it 9 o'clock in the morning. No, let me do it at 8:45. I'm still optimistic that I'm gonna be in a trial. 8:45 on January the 12th. Defense, that's okay with you?
Yes.
State, that's okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Defense, anything else I can do for you regarding Mr. Demons this morning? State, anything else I can do for you regarding Mr. Demons this morning?
No, Judge, we may just put sidebar on the court schedule for our.
It's just not all.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well, listen then, I'm gonna press pause, geez, otherwise it's gonna be in recess. We'll do our normal lunch break.
Wow. So I'm not sure, at least from what I'm hearing, that they, for the additional time for the motions to suppress, the judge like, look, your additional time is going to be on the 12th. Bring that stuff back so I can make a hearing and ruling on that. From my notes, it looks like 3, 5 are deferred. So that means that he'll handle that during the trial. And if he needs to send out the jury, then that's what he will do. On 8, he denied that one. 10, he is also deferred. He's going to wait until trial. With the ones that, because it was a total of 12 on the motion in limine, just so you guys know. Matter of fact, here, I'll share it. Okay, so 1090J, not coming in. TikTok video, not coming in. Statements made by John Howard, this will be determined when we are in trial. Now, remember, James Howard, was in custody at the Broward County Jail during some of the time I'm gonna call him Demon. Demons was in custody. It appeared that he was the subject of a separate investigation, and so his phone calls were being monitored. His phone calls were being monitored by law enforcement. The state has provided hundreds of calls of James Howard to various unknown people. None of the calls appear to have anything to do with Melly. There is one call where he indicates to know someone who knows Melly and is going to talk to him. Otherwise, there is no evidence contained in the phone call that appears to be part of any conspiracy or effort to witness tamper. The calls are irrelevant and immaterial and would be hearsay as to Demons and violate his right to confront a witness. So number 3, he said he's going to defer. Number 4 right here, phone calls between Courtney Henry and Juvenile Melena. I don't know. Nah, y'all got it. This one was not granted. So they resolved that one. Number 5 here, this one, hearsay statements contained in writings and phone calls of Terrence Mathis. This one is going to be deferred to in trial. Now, the state intends to offer writings and phone calls made by Terrence Mathis, who was charged as a co-defendant in this case, guys. These statements are hearsay as to Demons, but the state may attempt to introduce these statements under the co-conspirator hearsay rule. And they write the rule right here. So from my understanding, from what I've heard in regards to this portion, is this guy, they were like writing notes and some kind of kite system. And with this kite system, all of this stuff was caught on recording, like the jail recordings, like videotape. So I think they can kind of narrow this one down, possibly, allegedly. So This one, the judge said that he would defer until the trial. Number 6, they decided that they're not going to use this. The state said that they're not using that information. Number 7, the state says they're not going to be using this information, any mention of counts of information. Number 8, the fact that Melly is charged with a capital felony. The judge did deny this, so the state can bring this in because they have to utilize this to prove the certain type of elements to meet this witness tampering charge. Number 9, they're not using any lyrics. So the state said that they're not using any lyrics, so nothing to do there. Number 10, social media posts, Snapchat records, phone calls. This was deferred until the trial. The judge is going to allow them to use, possibly the state to use some of these messages in order to show the relationship with Melly and Mariah. Okay. Number 11. This is denied without prejudice. So judge says he is going to limit the information. So he denied the defense the evidence and allegations from the pending redrum case. And that's the case number that the other case number. So he denied this. And he says he's not going to let the state spill over a murder trial into this trial, but it's fair that the jury should know in regards to this. What I think it's one more on here, y'all. 12. This the drug smuggling at the jail. The state is not going to use this information. So that's the wrap up in regards to the judge's decision in regards to this motion in limine. The other one, the statement of particulars, it was granted to count 2. The state has 10 days to file and give back to the defense and the judge. The last thing that they discussed was the additional time for the motion to suppress, guys. And the motion to suppress, I can see on footnotes here where, wait a minute, I just seen it. Right here, 3. This evidence is subject to a motion to suppress. The additional time is being requested. So this is a footnote on here. So they're trying to say that they need additional time for 3. Let's see. Right here. For the social media posts and Snapchat records. So that's where 3. And they're saying this is part of 3. And this is part of what they're going to address on January the 12th. Let me see if they have any other mentions in here in regards to the notice to suppress. Okay. So I think that takes care of that document. Okay. So the judge kind of went over everything in regards to that document. So that is there. And for us to revisit. And so we go back to court on the 12th. I don't know if we go to trial. The trial is supposed to happen on the 21st. Where did I get those notes from? What you mean? What I'm reading, Christine? Okay, so what we will do is I will go ahead and finish the rest of the mom's testimony for us. In the meantime, I was taking notes throughout the whole trial, the whole hearing. See, I was being active. I was being proactive, Christine. I was trying to make sure I had us together this time. At least I was trying. So and I was going through the document as they were going through the motions at the same time, because I got the motion here, right here. Well, as you can see, I got the motion here. So that way we could break it down a little bit better once we got done. In case I had any questions for Lisa, to kind of help me explain it. But I think it was kind of straightforward in regards to it, because most of the most of the stuff that we talked about in regards, because remember they filed six motions. The motion in limine, and then they filed like a couple different motions, but all the other motions were kind of like withdrawn, so they had resolved them. So the only ones that they really went through today was this motion in limine, the motion for statement of particulars, and the motion to suppress. All the rest, the first attorney, when he got up there, he resolved them. So we will go back into Mariah's mom's testimony in the first trial from 2023. While that's playing, I am trying to check on our unspent redrawn trial to see if a jury has been selected. Are we still on for trial? Did they postpone the trial? I haven't heard anything, but I'm just trying to check up on it for you guys. Okay, so here we go. I am going to share this tab instead and get us back into the hearing, and we will, well, the testimony from 2023. Okay, guys? All right.
Okay. Ms. Holmes, were you ever told the defense, or the defendant rather, would take care of you and pay for your bills? Have you ever made a statement that is different than that?
I didn't say anything like that.
If I may approach that?
Sure.
If you would just read this. Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, is it your statement testimony that you never stated the promises that were made to us by YNW for me to quit my job and they would take care of us were all lies? They didn't want us talking with prosecutors, but now they've all disappeared. You've never said that before.
I don't remember saying anything.
Objection, Your Honor. Move for mistrial.
Thank you. Why don't you go sidewalk?
Ms. Holmes, did you ever say the defendant made you quit your job?
I never really say anything like that. I know one's ever made me quit my job.
Objection.
If I may approach him? I'm going to show you this next. So, Ms. Holmes, I'm going to ask you again, have you ever made a statement that the defendant made you quit your job and that they would take care of us until the trial was over?
I never really say anything like that.
Okay. So you're denying making that statement?
I never really say anything like that.
Oh.
Objection. Your Honor, can I just have a standing objection so we don't keep interrupting?
Thank you. Any, stay with you heard on the standing objection?
Whatever defense
That's
chooses
fine.
to
Go ahead.
proceed. Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, in terms of have you ever said a statement, have you ever made a statement to the effect of you were told to quit your job and the defense would take care of us?
Of the judge.
No.
Excuse me.
The defense? No.
Why don't you go sidewalk?
And we have another motion.
There was an objection made to the last question. I made a determination that was an inappropriate, improper question. And the way it was phrased was totally improper, and therefore I sustain the objection. I am instructing you that you will disregard the question. All right? I'm going to ask counsel to rephrase the question. Go ahead.
So it's clear. Ms. Holmes, did the defendant ever make you a promise to quit your job and that they had us?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Thank you. Overruled. Proceed.
I don't really say anything like that.
So your testimony is that you've never said that.
I don't really remember.
Excuse me, counsel. She answered the question. All right? Let's move on.
So with regards to your statements with Portland Henry, do you remember speaking and talking about your daughter with Portland Henry?
No, I don't. When was that? I don't remember.
Sure. When was that? Here, I'll give it to you again. This was February 5th of 2021. Do you still have it?
Oh, no, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
Yeah.
Did you talk to Portland Henry about your daughter's involvement in this case?
Not that I can recall.
Ms. Holmes? Did your daughter tell you what happened in this case?
Objection.
No.
What's the objection?
Calls for hearsay. It's immaterial.
Not what the statement said, but did you say something about the case? It's overruled.
No,
Not
she
what
never
was
told me
said.
about it.
Just,
She
did
never
you have
told
a
me about it.
excuse me? Not what was said. Was there a conversation?
Was there a conversation that your daughter told you what happened in this case?
What do you mean what happened?
Did your daughter ever
She never told me. She hasn't. I asked my daughter, did she know anything about this case? And she said no.
Have you ever made a statement different than that?
Not that I can recall. No, I don't remember saying anything like that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
We object.
Why don't you show it to counsel first?
Let me let this one and ask you. Did your daughter tell you? Did you have a conversation with your daughter about what happened on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, I asked her if she knew anything about that.
Did she tell you what happened? Without? No, she did
Just
not.
know she didn't know.
Have you ever made a statement that is different than that?
I don't know.
Your Honor, we'd object to lack of foundation, calls for hearsay, speculation, unless they can establish that that witness was present.
Thank you. Objection noted. That's what I previously ruled on sidebar. Proceed. To your approach.
Showing me your messages from Instagram from February 5th of 2021.
Who was that Instagram? Is that the one this memory stands with Portland?
Ma'am,
I don't
sorry.
remember that Instagram.
Look at it.
I already looked at it. You're gonna show it to me.
So is the.
I don't remember that. You showed it to me like 3 times already.
So you don't recall making
I don't
a
recall
statement?
making that statement. No.
Excuse me, one at a time, please. Let her finish her answer before you ask the next question.
So you don't recall making that statement?
No, I don't.
So you don't recall saying,
Objection.
Sustained.
so Ms. Holmes, in terms, you said that your daughter didn't tell you.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
So did you ever make a statement that's different than that?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Into the statements that with regards to October 26th of 2018. Is it your testimony to the jury that you remember coming to Fort Lauderdale?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. Listen, I just want one of you making objections. Whoever's going to handle the
Yes,
witness. All right?
I apologize.
Ms. Holmes, is it your testimony you don't remember why you came down?
I told you why I came down.
Okay, why is that?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Ms. Holmes, have you ever let me rephrase. Ms. Holmes, did your daughter ever threaten to cooperate with law enforcement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Holmes, did you threaten to cooperate with law enforcement?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Different question.
Why don't you come sidebar?
Ms. Holmes, did you ever make any statements about what happened on October 26th of 2018?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I don't know what statement you're talking about. Rephrase your question to specific.
Ms. Holmes, did you ever make any statements specific to what was happening in the car on October 26th of 2018 prior to the homicide?
Objection.
Thank you. I still come on sidebar, please.
So, Ms. Holmes, I want to ask, were you present when your daughter spoke with law enforcement?
She was 17 and I had been present.
Do you recall about when that happened?
If she was 17, that had to happen in 2018.
Okay. Without getting into what she said on that. Do you remember where that statement was taken?
No, I don't.
When you came down to Fort Lauderdale, was your daughter concerned for Mr. Dennis?
Objection. Cause for conclusion on part of this witness.
Based on your daughter's demeanor,
She was
how was she acting?
Sustained.
When you arrived in Fort Lauderdale and saw Mr. Demons, did you ask him what happened?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
When you arrived in Fort Lauderdale, did you ask Mr. Demons what had happened?
No, I did not.
Nothing further.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
You came here and one of your first, you get it.
Objection, Your Honor, improper.
I haven't asked you.
Excuse me, counsel, you direct your comments to.
I'm sorry, I haven't asked anything yet.
Ask your question.
When you first took the stand, you said, "I feel threatened."
Yes, sir, I do.
Who do you feel threatened by?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Christine Bradley, the prosecutor's office.
This prosecutor.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Anything else in this witness?
Yes, sir. Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
You said you feel threatened by me.
Of course.
Okay. Did you fail to appear for numerous court appearances?
No, I never served me, lied.
Okay.
Lied to the court.
And with regards to, did you work in Redding, California?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Immaterial.
Overruled.
And so that was a location you were at?
That's why I was chopping her side, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the prosecution, you have been served on various occasions to testify.
You served me a subpoena on November to be the next week, and I was in California, 10 hours away. It wasn't even served correctly.
And prior to that, you were served with a subpoena in
Never.
February of 2019.
You never served me. I know you served me to a location, I didn't live at anymore.
Do you recall coming to the courthouse in February of 2019?
Objection beyond the scope.
Excuse me.
Anything about the courthouse tonight.
Excuse me, come sidebar, please.
You even went so far as to hire an attorney
Yes,
to
I
try
did.
not to show up.
I sure did.
And has the state offered you any money?
The state basically has me on a monitor. Got to go to my job with this. It's embarrassing. People think I'm a criminal. The state had to run my life.
And in terms of your feelings and ill will towards the state and myself,
I just feel like you lock up innocent people.
and does that influence your testimony today?
It's not influencing my testimony.
Have you,
I'm telling you,
have you,
I
that's not,
don't
Actually,
understand.
no.
Excuse me, hold on. Only one of you can talk at a time. You ask the question, counsel, you answer it, and when you let her finish her question, and then when she starts answering the question, you let the witness answer her question, all right?
yes, Your Honor. So that my question was non-responsive on that one.
Ask your question.
So, Ms. Holmes, in terms of the court order that was issued,
Yes.
you're aware that that was found to be valid?
No, I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, you hired an attorney to go and represent you at the Fourth District Court of Appeals?
He had to hire an attorney because he tried to get him this far.
And no, that's a false statement.
Objection.
That-
Excuse me, counsel, you're not testifying. all
I
right?
agree on
You
that.
excuse me, you ask a question, all right? That's it, you ask the question.
And so, Ms. Holmes, with regards to that, you hired an attorney
Yes,
and you then tried to get any sort of court order requiring you to be here in court thrown out.
No, what I did was I hired an attorney because you were saying you served me the subpoena that you never served.
And that was found to be valid.
You never served me a subpoena you never served me.
Oh.
I've never seen a subpoena from you from those addresses that you said you served. Those
So-
are not my addresses.
Your testimony said you have never been served to appear in court.
Judge,
I was served, I've never been
Sustain. Excuse me, sustain.
And so with regards to your feeling threatened on that, have I ever any sort of physical violence against you? No. Do you have any written threats from me?
It's intimidating. You've intimidated me this whole time. As of
And,
now.
and in terms of your participation in this case?
Yes.
You understand that you were served a subpoena to appear here today?
You served a subpoena after you arrested me.
And
You served
you
a
have-
subpoena at the jail when I was in Brown County.
and you understand you're here pursuant to that court order?
I'm here.
And that requires, under the law, to comply with court orders and that compel the attendance of witnesses.
I've been complying.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No.
You talk about a fight in the courtroom. Could you imagine? I was saying in the chat, could you imagine watching this trial live with all these sidebars and all this mess? Oh my goodness. I was like, oh, if they don't get a grip with this, like, come on. Yeah, I don't know. And that's why she got kicked off the case, because she was hiding evidence and stuff like that. They accused her, and I guess they found out that she didn't turn over some type of discovery or something in regards to relationship to this case. It's crazy. Like, and the witness, she just was not happy about this at all. Like, you talk about somebody being irritated. Like, I don't even know how they do it with cases like that. Let me see. So this is what I wanted to show y'all. Just so we can kind of, so that's the mom that's testifying, guys.
Okay, yes, sir.
So just so y'all can kind of see how we get to where we at.
Yeah.
This had to be a moment for them. So this is after they got her off the plane. And we'll move on from this in a minute. Nothing with the unspent murder trial has happened. I haven't seen any other trials really start up, but I am going to open up another room so we can go over some brief information with the unspent murder trial that I wanted to show you guys. So this is the girlfriend. This is after she got off the plane. That was her mom that was just testifying. That's to kind of set the stage, y'all. It's our new judge.
Continue to have Ms. Collins, Ms. Buckley, present to the state. Continue to have Mr. A.C., Mr. Vance, and Mr. Benjamin. This will be present, and Mr. Dennis who continues to be present. Ma'am, are you Mariah Hamilton?
Yes.
How are you doing this day? Counsel, can you put your appearance on the record on behalf of Ms. Hamilton?
Of course. I am Christopher Barris for Ms. Hamilton. My colleague, my last name is spelled B-E-R-E-S. And
Tino Gonzalez, Tino Gonzalez.
All right, so I did review everything on the docket. I know that Judge Siegel, back February 23rd, 2022, had entered an order pursuant to 942.03 regarding Ms. Hamilton, her role at that point. This was a state witness, and I think that's why she's in custody. If I can understand correctly, I haven't seen the order and the reason she is in custody. So I did review 942.03. I likewise reviewed 902.15, undertaken by the witness, as well as 902.17, procedure when a witness does not give security. I did read
the emergency motion for hearing that was filed on behalf of Ms. Hamilton. I'd like to address the supplement to the emergency motion for hearing, as well as the emergency motion for statement of particulars. I appreciate everyone being here on a Friday afternoon. So let me state a couple questions and then council, I'm happy to hear what it is that you want to tell me.
Yes,
Ms. Bucklew, is Ms. Hamilton still going to be witnessing?
Yes, Judge.
So she's an A witness in your case?
Yes.
So you know more about the facts than I do. Does she meet the definition of material witness pursuant to 902?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Bucklew, I'm going to hear what the defense lawyers want to tell me, what Ms. Hamilton's lawyers want to tell me, but I don't know that you have the authority to more way to exercise my discretion to keep someone in custody between now and September for the trial. So what is it that you might want me to do?
Your Honor, we were here on Ms. Hamilton's mother, Felicia Holmes, same argument as that, but even more so with Ms. Hamilton is she's evaded service. She's known about the warrant. She's even gone on Law and Crime and did an interview in her lawyer's office where she said she knew about the warrant. And I quote, "I'm currently wanted. I would rather get the warrant lifted. I'm lying low and not turning herself in. So I would ask that if Your Honor is inclined to release her based on all this, that you at least put an ankle monitor on her, just like Ms. Holmes, to make sure that she shows up when she's supposed to show up."
Okay, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have not had any opportunity to speak with Ms. Hamilton yet. May I have 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, sure. I'll press pause.
Can I have some privacy or do I need
Well,
to speak?
I'm going to let you go over there and we're going to go off the record and take your time. Okay. You're ready for me to go back on the record?
Right, thank you.
Maybe we can address the housekeeping issue on Mr. Demons'
Yeah, that's
case.
fine. Okay, well, in the interim, so I'm pressing pause on this matter right now. Mr. Benjamin, what can I do, please?
Judge, after this morning's session, we all conferenced and we talked to the state, and we would like to, or attend move, Your Honor, to extend the time for filing motions and notices of hearings for some time so we can, 10 days, so we can address some of the matters that came up since we just got the contents of the warrant. How was that?
You don't want to you don't want to hear anything on February 18th? You want me to give you more time, give you a reset date, do all that stuff you want me to do?
I hear. On that or possible other motions that address the issues from this morning, we're asking for an additional 10 days.
Well, there's no deadline on you regarding new motions. The only deadline was whatever you want me to hear on February. I just need to know
I misunderstood. I thought we had to file and notice all motions.
Oh, you want me to hear it in February?
Oh, okay.
So with that said, because like parents, I this morning addressed that I wanted to change the 23 or the 2019, but I'm here, so if I could just have it for like 9 o'clock this evening, rather than the kind of top of business, I'll do it once.
That's fine. We have no objection to that.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
All right, so this, Mr. Devin, the all pending motion is going to remain February 18th at 9:30. I'm going to do whatever we can do that day. I guess the conclusion of that, there's additional things that are either going to be filed or have been filed that I'm going to have to hear. I'll give you another date after that. The reason I picked that date is because February 19th is when I'm starting my next trial, and I'll probably keep bringing you all back the day before with high hopes that I've concluded the previous trial, and the next trial hasn't started yet. And I'll do that as much as, I will make myself available to you as much as I can to hear whatever you're doing. All right? All right, so he stays on February 18th at 9:30. This trial date remains as previously set.
Your Honor, I just want to inform the court that I'm doing the appeals that are still pending, that we can't file any motions or hearings because of, generally, the fourth has still not set them down for oral argument.
Yeah.
So I just want to let the court know.
Understood.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
We'll see what the fourth says.
No, I know.
We have to address this.
There you go. We go back on as it relates to Ms. Hamilton. Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Judge. I have had some time to speak with Ms. Hamilton. The way I see it, Judge, there's only really one issue here today for the court to decide, and that is whether Ms. Hamilton was legally obligated to appear. The issue is not, whether Ms. Hamilton knew that the police or the prosecutors wanted to talk with her. Those are different issues. We're talking about legal obligation, not maybe a moral obligation or some other obligation. My answer to the question is no. She had no legal obligation to appear. Defense has evidence that she was not served. And I hope the court understands I was not Ms. Hamilton's attorney when I believe the former prosecutor filed a motion for an order to show cause. I wasn't the attorney back then, so I don't know the events that happened back then. I'm not even sure. I haven't seen a show cause order issued by the court.
I don't think there is.
Well, that's another problem, sir, I have.
I don't think she's ever been held in direct and indirect criminal contempt. She's in custody pursuant to 942.03 of the procedure for securing a witness that may be coming outside of the state.
Well, and I'm not sure. I did see that document. It's the most curious document I have ever seen. A witness coming from outside of the state. What? Again, there's a constitutional issue with that writ or warrant or whatever we call it. No notice, no opportunity to be heard. I don't have any facts that have been, I should say, the state has not presented me any facts that she was ever out of the state. So also, that document, if it is a proper writ or warrant, is stale. That document addresses a trial that happened in 2022, and I believe, I don't have it in front of me, I believe it orders that Ms. Hamilton be arrested and detained for no longer than 60 days during the period for pendency of that trial back in 2022. So it's a stale warrant to begin with. I don't see any legal basis for her to have been arrested or to remain in custody. And, in my initial motion, the emergency motion I filed, I did ask ultimately for an ROR. I don't think that's appropriate. I think the court must release her, no conditions. I mean, if the state feels that she's a material witness, I suppose they can serve her with a proper subpoena right now in court or before she leaves custody. I do have evidence. I can give the court evidence, but I believe it's really the state's burden to show that there was a valid subpoena served upon Ms. Hamilton as the basis for this arrest.
Well, listen, I agree with you. That's my memory.
Well, thank you, Judge.
What we're doing going forward here, is, again, so the record's clear, I'm only proceeding under 902.15. When a defendant failed to answer on a charge for a crime punishable by death or life imprisonment, that's Mr. Dennis case.
Right.
The trial court judge at a preliminary hearing, that's what we're doing right now. They require each material witness to enter into a written recognizance to appear at the trial or forfeit a sum fixed by the trial court judge. Additional security may be required at the discretion of the trial court judge. The state telling me that she is a material, that they do intend for her to appear. So I'm probably inclined to follow the state's recommendations we did with the other similarly situated witness, which was ROR. During a pre-trial with an electronic monitoring, they the cost of the monitor. They want to give a chance to do it if she's served either by the state or by the defense, by any party. She just has to answer the same, just like anybody else. The rules apply to her the same for everybody else. I agree. I don't think there's any legal basis to hold her in custody at this point, unless someone shows me something different. But I couldn't find anywhere in the court record where Judge Siegel or Judge Murphy or any judge found her in the record. This was merely a question of a non-cooperative material witness. I think.
That's correct, Your Honor. And just to be clear, this was all taken up with all the documents that these motions are asking for. Her counsel, if it was previous counsel, they had all this because it's all in the appellate record. And you can pull it all up with the subpoenas and testimony by the state's investigator, transcripts, all of that is there that discusses what efforts were taken. And Judge Siegel had that hearing, ruled in favor of the state. It was taken up and it was denied on the merits.
Right. But I mean, at this point, do you have any objection to me proceeding as I articulated?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection?
Yes, I do. I think the state created this whole problem, and I don't think they should benefit or be punishing Ms. Hamilton by requiring a monitor or any kind of restriction on her freedom. The reason I say that, notwithstanding any appeal that was decided in favor of the state, there was a lie told. There was false information regarding the subpoena that was purportedly validly served upon Ms. Hamilton. And I don't think there's a basis or it seems quite unfair to be punishing her by restricting her freedom for something that we haven't even looked at in this hearing.
Well, 902.15 contemplates something happening in the future. They're talking about her being a material witness in a trial that's going to take place in the future. It has nothing to do with this thing.
Yeah, I understand, Judge, but all they have to do is serve her with a proper subpoena right now. She is obligated then to appear or suffer the consequences for a failure to appear. That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking just release.
I think they already tried it.
Well, no, they didn't.
And there was a warrant.
Why do you think that, Judge? Because I don't see that they did try it that way.
Well, I don't know. This is the first time law enforcement agencies called me on a Sunday at my house to tell me that someone's at an international airport with an outstanding material witness warrant on them. But asked me what I would like them to do about it. And my answer was, I don't know anything about it, so I don't know what it is you would like me to do about it. I've been coming to work in this building every day for a long time. I've never seen this before.
Nor have I, and I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never seen this
She
before.
does qualify under 902.15. So listen, at this point, it will be over your objection. I'm not foreclosing you. You want to file the appropriate written motion. I'll give you an opportunity to have a hearing, an evidentiary hearing. You can present anything and everything to me that you would like. I'll give the state the same opportunity to present whatever evidence, witnesses, and testimony they want. And it could be that I might agree with you and decide that we're going to monitor is a unreasonable condition. But at this point, over your objection, I'm going to file the state's recommendation. I'm going to ROR Ms. Hamilton, so she's not in custody, but she's going to have to sign up for pretrial. They're going to have to verify her address, and then they're going to put her on an electronic monitor. That's the only restriction. I'm not putting any other restrictions on it, but she's not charged with any independent crime. But if she's served with a subpoena, again, by any party, she just has to answer the subpoena, just like any other witness. What makes it unique here is that 902.15 allows this procedure only in a case of punishable by life or the death penalty. And that happens to be the case that we're involved in. And this follows what the statute says. So Ms. Wilcox is an ROR, standard pretrial with an open schedule. There are no other special conditions except to just check in with pretrial that they might require. I will waive the cost of the electronic monitor. Ms. Hamilton, you got to show up someone's subpoenaed you for a deposition or a hearing or a trial, whether that's the state or whether that's the defense. You just got to answer the subpoena. As soon as this case is done, then this obligation under 902.15 will also.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, can I take this opportunity to present information regarding that subpoena? The one I'm saying is
Well, you're
not
the lawyer,
valid
so
subpoena.
I can listen to argument from the lawyers, but what you're telling me is not evidence.
Well, I
I'm going
would-
to sit down and evidentiary hearing.
Well, I would actually like an evidentiary hearing on this.
All you need to do is file a motion, tell me exactly what you're asking for, exactly what the relief is, send a copy of it to the state, and then I set my own schedule, I'll reach out to you, and we'll get some dates.
Thank you.
Allow you to have an evidentiary hearing, present whatever evidence, any testimony you want, I'll give the state the same opportunity with you.
Thank you.
Ms. Buckley, anything else you need to do today?
No, Your Honor, I have an investigator on the way to serve Ms. Hamilton with the subpoenas that we intend on having her show up for, so that's it.
Counsel, again, I know it's over your objection, but besides that, which I do consider preserved, contemporaneous, and made, anything else I can do for you?
No, sir, thank you.
Ms. Hamilton, BSO's gonna get your address, because pretrial needs to know, I'm not gonna put your address out in public record right now. What city do you live in?
Vieira, Florida.
Vieira,
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Her name is Mariah.
Judge, is Ms. Hamilton, she's free then at this point?
Well, I think BSO has to process her out. Someone from pretrial's gonna have to come talk to her. They get all of her information. They have to verify her address. Is it a house or an apartment?
A house.
Does someone else live there beside you?
Yes.
Someone that can verify the address there?
I live in my dad.
Okay, so as soon as they talk to your dad and they verify the address, they're gonna put the ankle monitor.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Demons has his future dates for all pending motions as well as the trial. Ms. Hamilton has the future dates in front of me. Unless, unless and until a council files whatever you want to file, and I'll give her an evidentiary hearing. Okay, Ms. Wilcox, does that conclude the brief of this afternoon? So division, keys otherwise.
So yesterday we saw her arrest video where they arrested her at the airport. She was coming back from an international flight. I believe this is all after he had been found where his case had ended up in a mistrial. And this is who they are seeing Melly tampered with. Hey laddie. I don't know how I feel about this. She did come back in February, guys, of last year to see about getting her ankle monitor removed. It was denied. So as far as I know, to this day, she still has this ankle monitor on. And I mean, I don't know when they talking about trying him. Like, can you imagine? Like, he's been in jail since 2018, 2019, somewhere around that time. Like, so he's been in jail for a while, a good time. I don't know when. Maybe I need to check and see what day. But he's been in jail for a very, very, very long time at this point in time. The mistrial was in 2023. And, you know, she's a young girl. I think she's only like 24 years old. So you think about it, like, she probably got her a new dude and a new boo thing. She probably done moved on. Now she's still sitting up here with this ankle monitor on from this man. Oh, lady. Thank you, lady. Look. It's Lady L. It's Janet. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Look, that's what baby. Like when you said it's Lady L if you're nasty. I make songs out of everything. Good grief. Let me stop. It is unfair to him, right, Tanya? And then, like, with her, like, does she have to keep this ankle bracelet monitor on until they decide that they want to try him for the original case that she didn't show up for? And then furthermore, okay, if that's not the case, then okay, now they got this witness tampering case that he's on trial for. But why does he have to it's in Florida, SD. I guess what is okay, let me see. Cause witness tampering, let's see, because I'm thinking witness tampering is like when you threatening somebody. So let me see. Okay, witness tampering is the act of attempting to improperly influence, alter, or prevent the testimony of a witness within a criminal or civil proceeding. I mean, all I heard him tell her to do was go take a vacation. He told her to go take a vacation, a long vacation. And from my understanding, he said he was going to break her off some once he got out. But that's just her boyfriend. What's so bad about that? So if she would have did it on her own, it would be okay? Nah, I don't know. So that's what I have. That's what we have in regards to our Melly. It looks like we'll be going back in on the 12th. Will the trial happen? The trial is supposed to begin at the end of the month. I believe it's on the 21st. Don't quote me there. Or the 26th. It's one of those days. No, she can leave. So remember, she right now in custody. Yeah, I know what that meant. I am. That's what I'm saying. Like, is that really witness tampering, or is that your boo telling you that he gonna hook you up when you get home? I don't see anything wrong with it. Yeah, Lynn, he's telling her that what is he telling her? The judge is telling her that he is he gonna let her go after they get her ankle bracelet and all of this stuff on. And just so you know, the date of this hearing was, let me get it for you, because it was when she got off the plane. This was on February the 7th, 2025. So she must have been gone. Whatever it is, she had to be gone for a while, because his hearing happened in 2023. Wow. She was gone for a bit. Okay. All right. Well, while we in here, I was going to do a video to give y'all an update, but I am just going to do it now, if that's okay. What am I doing here? Let's talk about Jarvis Butthead. Oh, I tell you, this guy here. Okay, let me show y'all this. So as y'all know, or if y'all don't know, let me give y'all kind of update. Jarvis Bus is supposed to go to trial at the next month in February. On December the 5th, he had a hearing, guys. And if you guys know anything about kind of where we're at with this, I had watched the hearing, but they didn't show the entire hearing from December 5th. So let me get it up here. But the transcripts have came out, and at that point in time, a lot of us, well, at least you can tell that from where the hearing picked up, that they had offered Beavis Butthead some kind of plea deal. Let me see if I can get it up. So they kind of like stream like this real small clip of the hearing. And they didn't put the plea deal on record, but once the transcripts came out, you can kind of tell what the plea deal is going to be. To my understanding, I don't know if he has accepted the plea deal yet. I know that the plea deal is on the table still. Just so you guys know, I am going to share my screen. So let me share. So this way I can give y'all a little update in regards to it. Because I don't know if this case is going to go to trial or not. I particularly don't want it to go to trial, but who am I? I am nobody. Like, I'm nobody. So we got the state of Michigan in the circuit court, Wayne County. As y'all can see, let me see, pull this like this. Oh, no, we'll do it like this. Okay. So these are the case numbers up here. The people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butthead. Raymond. Now, in the transcripts weekend, just to summarize, just so you guys know, they do have a deal on the table. The deal is they are charging him that if he will plead guilty to, or no contest, I guess, to second degree redrumment of Naziah Harris, they are talking about merging all the rest of the counts except for one, and offer him a plea deal of 40 to 80 years. I think it's mixed emotions in regards to the 40 to 80 years, because I think it still gives him an opportunity to get out. I do know that the state, it states that they do have about 83 witnesses. So that's a long witness line, and most of them are probably kids, or teens or young adults or people that have been groomed or messed up by him. I know a lot of people are saying that they want him to, of course, go to jail for life, but I don't know what this plea deal means. Does this plea deal means that he have to, because I feel like there were other people involved, allegedly, right? I think that the aunts, the grandmas, that allegedly, in my opinion, it may be a lot more going on to the story than what we may think. So, he has until the 18th. So this goes back on the docket in January the 18th. The judge did leave it open. Like, the prosecutor says that there is no end date on this plea deal. As far as I know, as of today's date, January the 5th, he has not accepted the plea deal just yet. This is just an offer that's on the table. And we will find out more information towards the 18th of the month. Yeah, it go fast, right? So I'll be keeping an eye on that to determine if we're going to go into that case, if that's going to be something. Right now, I do think that our jury is still being picked in our unspent bullet case. I keep trying to look on here to see if it's on here. And it has not begun just yet. I'm just trying to make sure and see what's going on out here in these YouTube streets. And see if there's anywhere that we need to go to make sure. Okay. Nope, I don't see anything. So what we will be doing, they're picking the jury. They need to be picking the jury or some jury, right? I don't know. One of the two. Pick it up. Pick it out. What's up, drunkie? Okay, so what we will do here at Take It to Trial today, we will, unless something comes up, I guess we'll end our stream for today. And if something comes up, then I'll start another stream. I guess that's the best way I can think of doing anything. Unless y'all wanted to listen to some more testimony from the YNW Melly first trial. I don't think there's anything for us really to tackle at this point in time. So y'all can let me know. Let me put something in the Drunkie the trivia winner. No, I didn't know I was that bad at trials. I get them all mixed up. Let's see here. I was hoping our unspent case would start. But I'm assuming they must be really into picking this jury. Let me see here. So I'll put out a survey for all of us. Do we want to listen to some more testimony from the YNW Melly first trial? Or if you say yes, then we'll continue on and I'll play some more footage from that one. If you say no, then we will end until till something else comes up. Let's see here. So if you are lurking and working, please don't forget to go ahead and cast your vote so we can determine as a collective what we want to do. Yeah, I don't want to mix the unspent one with this. You say you lurking? Tasha said she lurking. I lurking. But if you are lurking and you want to vote, if you want to hear some more testimony from the first trial, I'll be more than happy to play it. I really want to call the courts. Well, I am want to call the courts. So I'm trying to figure out, I want to see if they are in the process of picking the jury. Because this is another case where he was arrested in 2025. I think that the case is happening very, very, very fast. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is another case that is not postponed or delayed. I find it very amazing that it made it to trial this fast. I did see the information on there. I know I but I had message with the victim's sister, Mariah's sister. And she was saying that court was supposed to start today, and she didn't. But she was unable to talk to me until, of course, we want to wait until after court. So that was kind of different, but. Yeah, so that was different. You say you on vacation because you was supposed to be at work. Oh, and you supposed to be in coordinate and play games. Okay, so let me go in here. Let me get something queued up for us. Let's start. We gonna be gangsters up in here. We got Whopper with the chopper. That's my name. Y'all make sure y'all get your names together for our gangster moments. Because we definitely about to go into gangster paradise, baby. That's all I can tell you. Wait a minute. Let me go. I guess the one good thing about this is that we can watch it on 1.5. If something else comes through, like with our current trials, then we'll definitely go into those. Let me see. Let me make sure this is where I want us to be. Mm-hmm. You said you did so much this weekend. Oh man. I know. You take it down Christmas. I'm like, I need to take down this Christmas tree. That's what I'm gonna be trying to work on. Let's see here.
Jurors entering. Okay, all jurors present are accounted for?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the appearance of Mr. Demons, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, as well as the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you're all having a nice weekend. We're about ready to begin today. At this time, the attorneys for the parties have the opportunity to make what are called opening statements, in which they may explain to you the issues in the case and summarize the facts that they expect the evidence will show. The statements that the attorneys now make and the arguments that they later make are not to be considered by you as either evidence in the case or as your instructions on the law. Nevertheless, these statements are intended to help you properly understand the issues, the evidence, and the applicable law, so you should give them your close attention. Counsel?
Thank you, Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed two of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you're going to hear is that at 4:35 a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, the co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has two dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has two major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by, quote unquote drive-by. Cortland Henry, and you're going to learn a lot about Miramar geography during the course of this trial, tells a story that he and his buddies, just the two that are in the car, were at a music studio here in downtown Fort Lauderdale. at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. He's going to tell law enforcement, and you're going to hear this statement. You're going to hear the actual audio of him telling law enforcement. We were at the recording studio. We drove home because they lived out in West Miramar. You're going to hear Cortland say that they come across in the path of travel, that they're getting off the highway on I-75 southbound to go west on Miramar Parkway. And you're going to hear that on Miramar Parkway, sometime between 160th, which is also commonly referred to as Dykes Road, and 172nd, Cortland Henry says they were shot at. That he ducked down, and you'll see him doing that in the video, and that he didn't see any car, he didn't see any people, he has no information, and that he quickly went to the nearest hospital. So you're going to learn that when you go on Miramar Parkway and you take that right at 172, Memorial Miramar is just about 1 mile north. So the distance between most major intersections in Broward County is 1 mile. So you're going to learn that from 160th to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to the next major intersection on Miramar Parkway, 184th, 1 mile. So you're going to hear and find that Mr. Henry's statement that the car is traveling westbound on Memorial Parkway, then goes north on 172nd and shows up at the hospital for the drive-by is completely and utterly false. How can I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the detectives from Miramar at this point shut down the entire length of Miramar Parkway from 160th to 172nd. And they sit and they walk side by side for an hour, that mile-long stretch, looking for evidence of this drive-by. Because evidence is the remnants a crime leaves behind. And in this case, the lack of evidence is very important. There is a lack of any evidence whatsoever to support that a drive-by happened on Miramar Parkway. What would they look for? Shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they say, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong. Maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fire casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects. That has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address is a recording studio, and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by. In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamell Demons, is in the rear driver's side seat. So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamell Demons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry, again, the driver, Christopher Thomas, in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595, one after the other. In those videos, you're not going to see them stop. and it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, we use on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamell Demons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on his phone. You're going to see on that phone information that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamell Demons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan. They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those two cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear passenger seat, he had an iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in two cars, and all of the cell phone tracks together, going across 595, going until they get to Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south, and you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27 and turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a trash facility. That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamell Demons exits that vehicle and stages that driveway. Because ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. And then from the rear of the vehicle, forward towards the front. The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters in the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window, was fatal. And that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. They are post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas. You will hear from the medical examiners, Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter, who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him. You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw it, the golf ball is going to go the furthest because it has the most weight, the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling. The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen, the things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then. You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determination. So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings, .40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. Because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamell Demons all line up at 4:02 a.m. At that point, afterwards, Mr. Demons' phone tracks with the 2 victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Portland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again, looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamell Demons, on the side of the road, made a FaceTime video chat. At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamell Demons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. That it's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamell Demons outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Demons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon, to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry. and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons then, about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin where Mr. Demons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is, 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m., another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps. You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed a crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene, and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Mel, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number, 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat, because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get contents of Snapchat. And there are things that are there, and there are things that are not. And so, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, the Instagram, the defendant, during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018, gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially was that this was committed by a criminal gang member in furtherance of a criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamell Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamell Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine Blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs. B is for bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamell Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today. We are here because the defendant murdered 2 individuals. So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, yo homie, you good? let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Mr. Howard?
We have 5 minutes.
Do you recess? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Now, we're going to discuss the case in the present. Certain no research, just keep those focused on the chair. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury said that. Counsel Manuel, the defendant, and is this the attorney, Mr. Demons, any restroom break right now? No. All right. We're in recess. 5 minutes.
That's the first indication. Going to great lengths is a case that is riddled with reasonable doubt, that is founded on an incompetent and incomplete investigation, and the exercise of poor judgment at every turn. The state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the allegations that they have made. And there is a reason for that. You recall Ms. Bradley, some of you may recall, during jury selection, going to great lengths to let you know that she does not have to prove motive. And she's right about that. The law doesn't require her to prove motive. But you know what does require motive? A young man to wake up one day and decide that he's going to kill two of his best friends. Best friends that he grew up with, best friends that he hangs out with, best friends who he lives with, best friends whose careers he was trying to launch alongside his own. They have no reason for why he would do this, because there is no reason. And if there's no reason, it doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know. That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Moretti, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision. He zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence. There's a difference between cases that are investigated and cases that are fabricated. When a case is investigated, the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and all its energy to identify leads and run them to ground. When a case is fabricated, first a target is chosen, and then the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and its energy to run that target into the ground. That's what occurred here, and there's a reason why I say that. There are a number of leads that you will discover that were identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Let's start with the most obvious. Cortland Henry. Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat of a car with two dead bodies, car riddled with bullets. And when he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he has discharged a firearm. And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred. And he lies about not having a phone. I think it was Ms. Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in his pocket. Not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car. So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they labeled him a victim. And they said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location. To see if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe. You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you've pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location. Why? Moretti already had his man. What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened. He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who were they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discussed what they described as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these 2 people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know all these intimate details? Oh, I heard it, something to the effect of a word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored. Then there's Robert Coburn. Who is he? He's a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. His social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message: LOL, we killed 2 of your niggas. Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Coburn, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Coburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own? If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20? And if he's in the business of doing that, that's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hedgepath. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, we coming at that Jeep. Can't remember the quote. You're gonna hear about it. And essentially it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime, you've already determined who your defendant will be? And when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is 1.5 years before, they said, oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career. Who told him that? They're not talking to a soul. So it took them 1.5 years to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, hey, did you commit the murder? No. Were you in the area? No. Where were you? Well, I could have been at work. At work where? Any one of 3 places. Okay, could you give me your work schedule? As though that would prove anything. He said, well, I can get it now. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me. Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, oh, he's not there, wasn't him, case closed. Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You are going to hear about them during the course of this trial. But beyond that, 3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life. This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these 2 young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have watched it. Jurors often get confused as to their mission. You can't do a job unless you know what that job is. Every civil society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes and offenses. That's a noble pursuit. There's nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is, they send a cop to go arrest them, they throw them in jail, that's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show to see who you like more. There are 2 grades, beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A+, everything else is an F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses.
Sustained.
You are akin to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for? They don't look for milk. They look for fact. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for. They have no motive. Their entire case is hinged upon technology of a phone they claim to have been in Mr. Demons' possession. What they fail to tell you is that they come across evidence that Mr. Demons got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their feet. What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamell Demons. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him because that is consistent with their theory. They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. The investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt. And what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, hmm. If you say, hmm, that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. Should probably get to it.
Mr. Howard, thank you.
You talk about a mic drop moment, man. I like the way he ended that. He said, they got a big task in front of them. Might as well let them get to it. Now, if that ain't something, boy, mic drop. He like, they got a big task in front of them. Might as well let them get to it. Oh, I like it. I like it. Even if you know you're not winning, hey, you got to fake it till you make it. And I enjoy that he faking all of this until you make it. That's what you got to do. You got to play the part. But that was nice. I like that. He said, I might as well let him get to it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. That was funny. I didn't catch that the first trial. First time I watched it. It was a mic drop moment. I am like, I might as well let him get to this mess. Okay, here we go, guys.
Counsel, you ready to proceed? Want to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Amenger.
Yes, good morning. You are Jessica Amenger. Welcome. Come on through this witness stand. What I'd like you to do is remain standing. You put your things down. All right, you just raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony which you give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You state your full legal name for the record.
Full name is Jessica Hyde Member. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica, last name Amendor.
Please have a seat. Remember, that microphone doesn't move back and forth, it will only adjust up and down.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Cassie, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Amendor. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, State of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-sworn position, and then 6 years now I'm just one law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing person reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then for traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification. So any traffic crashes literally responded into procedural bodily injury or death. That was one of those as well.
And can you tell us about your training experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement police academy, several classes including field training officer, training officers as they get hired, continuing my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes, so as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details at various locations in the city. So if a business is having an increase in burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies. In newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets, they would want officers stand by to prevent things from happening. And then obviously anything that was transpired, call for additional resources to the system.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital, Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is at 1901 Southwest 172nd Avenue.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right, and where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull to the emergency room, right there at the security desk, there's 2 entrances or 2 doors that goes with the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into the door, I'm sitting right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. That was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond myself, I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. I have a vehicle that's been involved in the shooting and see there's multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle to see 2 responsive males. So I advise have possible dead persons as well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER,
Yes.
correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement?
He has several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and the fact that there were multiple bullet holes inside, they weren't moving. Somebody was able for me to help them. They'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes. So I immediately, after raiding in for assistance and letting the security guard, that's hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me. Put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist, I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, no, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely. And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you walk it, you park the vehicle, there's a decent sized sidewalk area for people to pick which door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him, trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, subject information, where I need, other resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area, and at one point I have him sit down because he's just so all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off the highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he stopped at a light, and then the car, he could tell exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting a story. He's going like this because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat. He was driving to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Cortland Henry?
No.
Were you able to observe any blood?
No. I actually told him several times he was lucky because for that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked with detail at the Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as State's A for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as State's A as State's 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It will be, ladies and gentlemen, you heard this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. The lights dim, Councilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen?
Yes,
Hold on.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the properties of ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance. And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance.
So just real quickly, thank you so much. I am Shout. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Surely appreciate it. Yeah, I couldn't, what was I gonna say? I was trying to wait until a witness had stopped. I must have missed it up here typing in the chat. In order to thank you, I surely appreciate it to our stream sponsor, right? Oh gosh, if I'm guilty, he will appeal. So it makes sense to fight the other case. Oh man. I want to say, okay. We're gonna listen. I don't know, because I heard they got a lot of evidence in this witness tampering case. And sometimes to me, I feel like the state, this case right here that we're watching, I feel like the state is so worried that their case is not strong enough that they want to get him by any means necessary. And guys, you know, as we spoke about it yesterday with Lisa, remember he's facing a life sentence just for passing paper through a vent. Like, he didn't threaten to unalive her. He was sending her on vacation. She was liking it, right? She liked that, right? She didn't want to testify against her boo thing. I don't think he even had to send her anything for her not to testify. But he sent her some paper and told her, look, I'm going to drop it off as soon as I get out. Hold it down, boo. And they took that as witness tampering. I'm just paraphrasing, but like, good grief, like, this is what we doing now, and he can possibly receive life for this, y'all, like life, and that's because of the current charges what he was on trial for. But let's go back in. These are videos that we did kind of watch before, but we'll go back and listen to because we were just watching the trial, so we'll go back.
What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen, we see those white dashes. That's where the cars drive through. The dashes refer then to see pedestrians walking across into the yard. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the two doors of the yard. The left door on the left side of the video is the yard, the adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that the person made.
continuing to publish. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's it.
Publishing, continue. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this the where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Portland Henry?
Okay.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my authority.
Okay. Was that your how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
That's me telling security guard I need medical staff. I'm putting on gloves to check purples.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Portland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
And I see at this point that looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's going to be Officer Hessian.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure.
Intersection major highway along that, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives, and you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit for the turnpike, there's an exit for the turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75, US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital will be canvassing those intersections, major highways, see if they can find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where it's occurred.
And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video where other police officers arrived?
Yes, so my detail work is until 6 a.m. and obviously this happened after 4 and change, so I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Yes. Yeah.
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
Would have said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, you would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever he responded to, I would put out eventually what's on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue. No.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio, be able to canvas, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. But if they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk, or words to that.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance to the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still hospitals. Anybody Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked into the ER or rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene stayed into that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep.
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Cortland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down.
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
Unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Fair enough. Can I have one moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Council, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's public record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log?
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that council just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman when he came in, Mr. Cortland Henry.
Yes,
Nothing further on.
Council, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes,
Well, you can make that down. Thank you. Our boy, next witness.
sir. Typical John Ketchum.
Good morning, are you John Henry? Yes, sir. Welcome, this is our witness stand. When you get here, just remain standing. Raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that someone who should give this should be the truth? Okay. Please state your full name.
Full name is John Hedgen,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and last name is Hettchen.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you, do not move back or forth. It just goes up or down, just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Councilman?
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hedgen. How are you today?
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
Currently employed with Boca Raton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Miramar Police Department.
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
A little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy, did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with the Miramar Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, yeah, in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all those.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
What was your job description?
Road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, do you have an occasion to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I had to respond to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And from Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sallyport area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency, like bay. The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle, I immediately saw the hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw 2 victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works?
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being, we'll set up crime scene tape. Anyone who enters the tape will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Melly.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times at which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Anagor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was the detail officer. So on the actual crime scene log, I just have it listed as the detail officer.
And the next officer that is documented?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Myself. After that? Officer Cox.
After that?
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that we're at now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad.
Who else?
Officer Valdez.
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Anagor, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting on the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Step.
And what purpose is Sergeant Step in there for?
I believe he's one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was just part of the investigation.
And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez.
After that?
Sergeant Worth.
And who?
Officer Herrera.
After that, the next 2 detectives who you document?
Detective Bertland and Detective Moretti.
And as to those 2 detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell.
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, we do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told that they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversation with them.
No further questions, Madam?
Others any cross to this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And redirect?
No.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
The gentleman will take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't call any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence or no research. If even though they have chairs, we'll back to you shortly. Thank you. Jury entering. Thank you. Let the record reflect the purpose of the defendant, this counsel, the state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, jury, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, in your absence, I had Gary leave two transfers on your chairs. We're going to get to those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
Mr. Bertrand, please. Good morning, you are Hector Bertrand?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, come on up here, please. When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So state your full legal name for the record.
Hector Bertrand,
Spell
Jr.,
your first and last name for the court.
Hector, E as in boy, ERTRAND.
Thank you, please be seated. Bertrand, at the microphone in front of you, only adjust up or down, not back and forth, all right? See you a little too high. All set, ready to go? Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Bertrand, during my police department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years,
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed at the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in the Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to the road. I never left the detective bureau. I did a couple of years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics, and then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number. A lot.
more than 100?
Yes.
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced, basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So drawing your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it, and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not gonna ask you. So going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay, once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on and or shower, so and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay, when you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti, advised him that I had got called out, and so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay, with regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I wanted to go back to the set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you become familiar with the areas of Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke and the Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, county line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound?
Westbound on Pembroke Road?
Yes.
It depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to Defense Council marked as States V. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately
Excuse me.
depict what we showed the jury?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 to 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state will request the States V in, the States 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
Thank you.
States B, Mark States.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see. So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Gary, one second. Gary,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well,
and Detective, can you so kind as to step down so we can use the easel? Sure. Council, you need to move to this. So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Right here.
yes,
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'll start with the Bo Campers Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, will be right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here. There's a Home Goods. There's a Chick-fil-A. There's a gas station here in the corner. There's Benihana's. There's a Home Depot, Anthony's Cold Pizza. There's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm going to stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen where this Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county is in?
I guess, yeah, yes.
And
We know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is over here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated, is on Miramar Parkway before 172nd, if you're headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Okay, because 172nd run north and south.
north and south. Yes.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs again east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road, and it goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming to court today? Don't let the ladies know the Jersey.
Yes.
Detective, do those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th in the second map?
Yes.
To your knowledge and experience working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd, because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 172nd to 184th sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting is states C in, is states 3 published to the jury?
Any objection?
Your Honor, we'd object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when witness said he cannot test it.
I see the exhibit. Anything else?
Yeah.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State C or state C three.
We have the published relation to the jury, slightly larger version of state C, this one is double-sided. Detective Bertrand, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Toyota truck cow. Do you point that out to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Over here.
Okay, and you said a Chick-fil-A as well.
Chick-fil-A is going to be around there somewhere.
And if you could indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway.
Over here, this is Dykes. And
160th?
Miramar Parkway, 160th.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd, Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of states C. We're going there. Show the photo truck again, please, if you'd be so kind. Okay. And then the Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is going to be Silver Lakes here and here. And then over here on this side and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes. And there's another development here, I can't remember the name of it, but this here is Sunset Lakes and runs west.
And Sunset Lakes indicating is west of 184.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
in his statement.
So I'm going to first start, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states D for identification purposes only. Look at that and do not show that to the jury. Does that map fairly and accurately depict Miramar from from State Road, Pembroke Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states D in as states 4 and
Any objections?
permission to publish.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States B or states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of state D, would be so kind, effective. The address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street. Was that address made familiar to you as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's another guard gate down there somewhere.
So is it fair and accurate to say that this is Southwest 40th Street right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, is that indicated with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the
Keeping
map,
objection.
It's from sidewalk. That is, that only items that have been marked in is, would be, we'll later go back to you during your portion, during deliberations. So these blow-ups, these demonstratives would not go back unless they're later received in evidence. All right?
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
And just so it's clear for the record, that's the yellow indication road with like 75
It's
on
going
it.
north and
And in terms of the Pembroke Road, can you show where that is on this map?
Pembroke Road is this one here, this one's Miramar Parkway, and this is Pines Boulevard.
Are
And the
they-
county line is down here.
And the county line, is that C9 canal down there at the bottom?
Yes,
Is the Pines Boulevard marked on the map accurate?
yes,
Is Pembroke Road as indicated and marked on the map accurate?
yes,
Is Miramar Parkway is marked and written on the map accurate?
yes,
And the bottom of the map with the C9 canal, it's not labeled, but it's done an accurate depiction of the southern boundary of Miramar.
yes.
Going out to US 27, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which roads connect from Miramar to US 27?
The only road that, it actually, it looks like over here in Pembroke Road, it does, but it doesn't. So the only way you can go to US 27th is you have to actually go into Pines Boulevard and head west. And then this is US 27th, and then when you get there, you make a left and you go southbound.
Now, now that we've established some of the jurisdictional boundaries, I'll get back to your investigation in this case. So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Portland Henry.
Yes,
Was that statement audio recorded?
yes,
Was the Miramar Police Department using body-worn camera footage at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras. I'm not sure if road patrol did or didn't. But the detectives did not, and I believe they said no.
And so is there any video recording of this statement?
No.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
Yes,
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you it's been previously marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Those contents fairly and accurately represent the statements that you reported with Portland Henry on October 26, 2018.
Yes, sir.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
You're at this time state requesting the states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
Okay.
It'll be admitted.
States have to be more states number 6.
Yeah, at this time it would be appropriate for the instruction.
You want to post the one item now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the shorter of the two,
That's the last portion of it.
so then we'll go to the 25-page, or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first, that's video.
Hey, my name is Captain Bergen. It's Captain Mark Moretti. We're here to talk to you about what happened. Listen, you can be straight up with us about where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. What happened? Okay, tell me what happened. You know, I'm telling you, you know, I've already been thinking, you know what I'm saying? And I just, I know that, like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I look down, you know what I'm saying? That's all those cut. Let me back you up a few minutes. Where we come from? What are those things? Which way did you take? I took, I said, 595 to 75. Then you took 75 south? That's what we got. If you go from 490, you take 595. Yeah, so you get off, you get off. If you get on the expressway, okay. And then we got the mark on the stage. And then when I got past the 377, yeah, I got past that. Which country were you in? Which country were you in? I was coming, you know, the exit. I got the exit. After that light, we made the right. Yeah. I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? I haven't passed the light. You know what I'm saying? But what lane were you in? I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane. The left, the far left side. Yeah. Okay. And so you already turning on the far right, or you started? I was already.
Off the exit? Yes. Off the exit. Already off the exit. Yes. Face right. Okay. Three times, right? Yes. Yeah, I'm facing there. Okay. When you going west or east? I'm going, like, west is this way. No? Okay. What, actually, where are you going? We're going, I'm going on, which house? The house is over in Silver, by Silver Lake. Okay. 1805, 21, Southwest 4th Street. Over, it was like, what is it? 1805. 1805. 1805. Southwest. 44th Street. What? 44th Street. 44th Street. Okay, so you're going west. Okay, because you're saying that you make a right. Like, getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west, you know what I'm saying? Go west. If you're going south by 75, you take the west. Okay, yeah, you make a right. There's 3 turn right to go right. Okay, so you make a right. Can you get to Dice? I'm not down. Okay, once you make the right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's, that's where the shopping center is. On the right-hand side, there's a shopping center. Yeah, I'm talking about like Chick-fil-A. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got like around that area. And I started getting, I heard like, you know what I'm saying? I felt, I was fast car. So I hit looking here a little bit. But, you know what I'm saying? I was fast car. So I like, I picked up a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. I couldn't really see anything. Because I'm like trying to watch to get shot. Like, I'm blessed to be doing it. Like, I'm like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything, anything was said?
Man, I was like, the cops still rolling for it, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm trying to eat, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to eat, I'm scared, you know what I'm saying? My life on it. And the cops go, I don't know which way it is, you know what I'm saying? You have the description of the car? That's what I'm saying, I didn't see anything.
Here's the hard part, what we're having, I don't understand, is that we shut down that entire area, and we had officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard.
Well, I'm telling you, that's about it.
I mean, for whatever reason, your 2 friends died. Are these your good friends?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
These are your 2, I'm assuming close friends.
Yeah,
and you're doing them in service. They're not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't like. What do you want?
How do you make shell casings disappear?
I don't know. I cannot tell you about a shell case, and I'm driving. That's for my life, trying to get it so I don't get it. And you telling me, you telling me about this? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get it. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be worried about it. You know what I'm saying? I know it's not for you to worry about, but if you tell me it happened there's got to be some evidence there. There's going to be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here when you guys open the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's going to be a broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's going to be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's going to be stuff, evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but, you know, which sounds similar to your thing, but you need to be straight up with us. Okay, listen, I know you maybe you're scared, you know, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job. I'm telling you straight up on the street. Like, I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like, I'm keeping the cautious by hitting me. You know what I'm saying? I'm honestly fucking up, right? Let me ask you this. I'm like how you looking? I'm like looking for a car. I'm trying to.
Well, you know, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a while. Let's talk about why. Have you had an issue with anyone?
I mean, we all become artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, you know, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you got some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but also like it's crazy because people they don't try us. You know what I'm saying? They talk like on social media. You know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying.
If you can talk shit on social media, then it's your face. You know what I'm saying? Who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so. He was telling me like, right, he always telling me like how people just like today he was telling me some folks from up our way.
What's up your way?
Like girl, like that's where I used to stay. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up there. So that's our hometown. You know.
So what did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say?
He was saying basically like they don't like it's just like folks like that's like They'll just hate this.
First of all, if you're an up and coming, in the music business, you're gonna be all over social media. That's how you make your mark. So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happens.
I'm not like, I'm not big. I don't be very. I don't even have fun. So I'm not like, I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. Bro, that's all we're all doing. I don't really be into it. So I'm trying to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the band stuff?
YNW.
What is it? YNW?
Yeah, but like, I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life.
Like what?
Like I'm happy. Like that, my home stuff back down south. I mean, up top north from Real Beach because she has to stay with her. And my list to stay with her. My list to trying to go fast and stuff like that.
Can you support them?
I support them. If we make use of my own design, he kind of like contributes. Yeah,
What's Anthony Williams? What's his nickname? Yeah, we hope. We don't call him anything. We hope. Sec? I spell that. S-A-K. That's how he's done on social media, Sec? What about Chris Thomas? What? Julie?
No, Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y? And what do you know him?
I'm just going with my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name?
Right?
By your name, of course. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to Y-75. Okay. You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's like
the gas
that's like
station.
a curve. Part of the curve.
Yeah, yeah. That goes like that. Yeah.
Yeah. On down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
On down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got on down. That's what I'm telling you. I got on down.
Did you hear the Chili's?
Where's the like polo truck out?
Polo truck on the other side of the
Close one to two.
Hey, do me a favor. Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone. You know where the Target is at? Where the new Polo truck house is being built? Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway? Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got like
Is that where the shooting happened? So you know where Target is at? The Target? Okay, so is that where you were at? Where the shooting happened?
I was just telling y'all that's why I got off the exit and stuff like that.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet. Or did it happen yet? You passed Chick-fil-A. Did the shooting happen?
I got one past, like,
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
You said that's how I passed it?
Yeah.
Like, look, after
Okay, so you passed the light over here, the second light, after you passed the exit, there's a light there, you turn right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection, the shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
And I got like right on past the light. Follow, right on past the light, sir. No bullshit, bro. No bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I swerved a little bit, hit the median, but like the car's still rolling, and like I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen. You know what I'm saying? In the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the median? Because you got damage to the hood of your car. The damage to the hood of the car was already there? You know, after you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think it's like up, right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, because there's like a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there. There's a whole bunch of little restaurants. And then there's the regional park. And after the regional park is where the Target is at and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, you know, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was like right
Hey, how about we get in front of show us? Want to do that?
Okay, bro. Yeah, we can. But like, after that, like, I'm like, this shit, like, it's like breaking my anxiety and shit. Like, I can't, like, it really did. Right? I just seen you, man, in the car. Dead, bro.
You don't have a cell phone? Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They live, they stay with,
They stay with who? They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they? Who's 21? Anthony's 21?
Yeah.
And Chris is 20?
I think so. I don't know if you say it, but I don't know. Anthony's 21.
You can't give me any names that was you guys were beating with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We try to, not really, cause like,
What do you use for social media? What sites?
I use, yeah. I just be on like Instagram, really. That's one thing I be on. They be on everything, but they be on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW, yeah.
YNWM?
Huh? YNW can.
Band? B-A-N-D?
Yeah, I ask me.
Just to help us figure out what's,
Like, people stuff.
yeah.
I'm like, really seeing it, like, my page is like,
Yeah, but then we'll get your friends, they will get your friends.
oh, okay, yeah, I understand.
What about Anthony's? YNW? S-A-K? Jason? Sack Chaser? All together? And what about Judy? What's YNW stand for? Yeah, and Chris and Anthony, are they both of your release shift? Where they go?
Anthony's from that.
Yeah. Okay. You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name or that?
Anthony's mom's name is, Jana.
Jana?
Yeah.
Jada? J-A-D-A or A-D-A? Promise? What, Anthony? Oh, Jana is Anthony's? What about Chris's? Do they live here or in Barrow? The mom? Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 24th Street?
Jamell.
Jamell brother?
I got my cousin, Jacoby, Asian.
What's Jamell's last name? What is it?
D-E-M-O.
And they haven't had enough housing with it? Your roommate?
That's what I'm saying, like, everybody, then people been saying, like, stuff is squashed, stuff like that.
They said stuff was squashed?
People have said stuff is squashed.
Who was squashed with?
People that don't, like, I know they.
Which we just, enlighten us, Bill Sandy, help us know a little better. Who were you beefing with that it got squashed? Who was that? What's the old homeboy's name? What is it? Bentley? That's his real name, that's just what we call him.
That's the real.
And where's he from? Have you seen him down here recently?
We did get jumped in Walmart.
When?
a couple months back. So, like, I don't know what you got or which Walmart? The one right here, Miramar, Miramar.
One Walmart closed their house,
Like, yeah.
is there everyone ever finds you? You got reported?
Nah, I mean, no.
Who jumped you? Was it inside Walmart or outside Walmart? Who was it?
Some, I don't know, it was like, it was shit, I don't know.
You're talking about the Walmart on 184th and 5 Boulevard?
They said he bought
Did you ever talk to the police that day? Or?
no, he was up to
You left. You just left. What was it? The beat was inside the store? Didn't you say fight, just fist, or anything else? Any weapons shown in there? Was it safe to say you beat them?
Well, I really lucky. Yeah, really lucky. He got some dicks and like they stole like they picked my homeboy chain pop and they picked it up and they started like flexing on Instagram.
So after the fight, they
So this was on Instagram? Yeah. They posted on Instagram. I didn't delete it.
Who's that?
I think the person, the people that took it, I think they deleted the video, deleted their Instagram, all that. Like, it's crazy.
Remember the names? What was the
That's
names?
what I'm saying. I know who he was. I forgot.
But you know it was that you knew it was on social media posting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I seen the post, but like, of course, anybody go on Instagram, and you know what I'm saying, simply just go on Pembroke Pines and people can pop up, you know what I'm saying? Or like it's like my homeboy, he's like, hey, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, he's recording my house, you know, he's living, like,
You guys live with you know? He's known?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know, like, we didn't know, like, they just know if I know, so like, what I'm saying is like we didn't like know what it was, like, it was like I know it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like almost like, you know how, okay, you know how you used to go to the store something and like, all right, say you go in the store and you just feel like something happened, you know what I'm saying? And like your instinct tell you, and like you just, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened, we just call when they hit the corner and just like that, like, and they ran out so like, do
you have any affiliation with any of the gangs? Nothing at all? What about your friends?
Yeah, none of us affiliated with him. We just record us.
Let me ask you,
Y'all
did you, huh? That's the keys to your car? Yeah, just put them over here. Have you fired a gun today? You know they're gonna be able to tell, right? Okay. I'm asking you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking you because if somebody was shooting at you, you know, and you shot back, that's self-defense. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Actually, the law allows you to do that. But I just want you to be straight up with me. Okay. Because if we test your hands and stuff, it's gonna tell us if you shot a gun today.
I was shooting a gun again.
Are there gonna be any guns in the car? Were you guys just smoking out when you guys were in the car driving?
No, they was no, it was like when I got on close to the exit, they was like, you know,
well, because the car reeks, you know, so. Okay, I just want to know, you know.
I'm taking straight. I'm saying, I don't have any mind.
Right. You guys doing any dope deal gone bad, and that's why this happened? And you guys work? How do you guys support each other?
Coach, my homeboy is assigned recording my part.
Jamell? Yeah. That's how you're paying for the rent for the house and utilities and everything?
Yes, sir.
Who's he signed with?
He signed up to 100.
Hold up. For 300? Yeah. I'm assuming that's a rental car? Who's the car manager? What's that?
Our manager.
Which one your manager? Who's that?
I don't know, it's like Francis.
Your manager?
I don't mind him. I need nothing. And I just met him like this year. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna like just know his name. But his name's Trek.
It's what?
It's Trek.
Trek? T-R-E-K? is there anything else you would like to provide us that's gonna help us for your friend's sake? This is the point, and anything you're involved in, anything illegal you tell us, it's fine. It's a wash at this point. But we need to know the full story what Anthony and Chris is saying.
Yeah, we don't care, man, as far as that. All we care about is your friends, who shot your friends, right? We're homicide detectives, so I don't care if you were doing a drug deal, I don't care if you had a beef with somebody. I'm just telling you, I don't care any of that shit. All I care about is solving your friend's homicide.
I told y'all a story, and that's it, man. I ain't even like, I told y'all. Like, I don't know.
Okay, just so you know, right, because you're saying, well, I don't want to talk anymore. There's gonna be a lot more questions. We're not trying to piss you off. The thing is, we don't know your friends.
Yeah.
So the reason we have to ask all these questions, because the more we know about your friends, your lifestyle, your friend's lifestyle, your friends, his friends, and the circumstances surrounding today, the more, the easier it's gonna be for us to try and solve this. Okay, if we don't get any information, let me throw this out to you, okay? And just be straight up, man. Just be this is an honest answer, and I would respect you, okay, by just telling me the truth, even if it's something that I don't want to hear. But I respect the truth rather than BS, okay? And it's a simple question: if you knew who did this, okay, you may or may not know. If you knew who did this, would you tell me? It's either yes or no question. Answer.
Honestly.
Yeah, honestly, the truth. You wouldn't?
I wouldn't really be a part of it. I wouldn't really be.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that.
I don't like it. It's a lot of colors and stuff.
Because you rather just handle it within you guys? Okay.
I don't know how to feel right now. Like, I'm so fucked up right now. Like, I don't know. I'm still sorry for my language. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. Like, this shit made me emotional, bro. Like, I ain't been sleep since yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit just fucked me up, bro. You know what I'm saying? And y'all got to take shoes, and I just got them back from somebody that got them took over. You know what I'm saying? With the shoes? Yeah, like, get them back. Like, what they put on your shoes? My homeboy had them took them, like, go get them. Yeah, but fuck them up, man. I just couldn't be together.
Yeah. He must be stole from you?
Like, some kind of like switch to my like issue with my bank.
Yeah. He does yours.
No, he just came down there just to, you know what I'm saying, because he makes me too. So he came down there just to,
Hey, your house around the recording studio. Hey, where's the recording studio at?
I don't know the exact like location, you know what I'm saying, because it's my first time being there. You know what I'm saying? They brought me there. So like,
here's some landmarks.
I know like, that's probably
anywhere.
You know what exit off of 95? Do you get off 95? Is it on East?
Yeah, it's off 95. I think it's like, is that Oakland? Something like that?
Oakland Park?
Yeah, I think so. I had to go on music on.
Yeah. Well, trying to help, friends.
I know what happened. I know.
So, one of my friends,
it's just like, I can't, like, like, if you was there, and you was inside,
I understand, getting shot at, I'm sure it's not a fun thing. I've been shot at too, so I definitely know, but I definitely would want, to find out or help the police as much as possible, because listen, the bottom line is, man, I know you're mad and you want revenge and all that kind of stuff, but the reality is, what's it going to bring to you? A momentary satisfaction? I'm just saying, what would that bring to you? A little bit of satisfaction, but then you get caught and then you end up, in jail. Maybe you killed them, they're suffering or whatever is done and over, they don't get justice through the law, but then you end up in jail. So who won? It's the truth, they win, because now instead of killing two people, they essentially kill a third, because once you go to jail for life for killing somebody, then your life is essentially over too. So, you gave them the satisfaction of taking out the entire car.
I'm not thinking of retaliation. I was trying to meet my mom and my sister. That's what I was trying to say. That's hurt. It's hurt. You know what I'm saying? I hurt it. Two people you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? That shit hurt.
How long have you known
Yeah.
Anthony and Chris? Like how many years? 5 years? How did you guys meet? it school or was it school? Or just do music business?
Chairman, Commission, may I publish the last short clip?
Isn't that what's correct?
Yes.
You may.
When you came down, so you didn't get off on 75. I mean, you got off on 75 when you came down. You didn't get off, you didn't come from like 95 and get off on Mill. I came from what I live, you drive what I got, like on Summer Express, right? You got by 95, it's my store, it said Florida International. You know what I'm saying? And then I got on the express, expressway take you all the way to Mill. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so you took 95 south, then you went, you saying 595? 595 to 75? Yeah. And then south on 75 and got off on the Miramar exit off of 75. Okay, which is where Bo Campers is and all that. Okay. You said Bo Campers? Bo Campers restaurant, Bo Campers. I think that's in the middle, isn't it? Yeah, it's like a little big restaurant, yeah, lake around and it was all right, we'll do some stuff here real quick and some what I'm doing. If you want to try. Okay.
Thank you, Council. Does that conclude the publication?
It's done, Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Can you collect the transcripts from the late Jones Bridges? Let me pass the transcripts. Hold up to the scale, please, Gary.
Chairman, yeah, I'll just take a break.
Yeah, I'm all there.
Yes, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're gonna do is now 12:40, we're gonna take our luncheon recess. Remember the admonition that I gave you previously, you are not to discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of no leader. Just leave those hands on the chair, we'll see everybody back at 2 o'clock, all right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, have a nice one.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the equipment of the defendant. Members of the council, the assistant attorney, taken on the jury, or witnesses for granted on the stand. Now that we will vote for lunch, restoring your direct examination of witnesses, the written will proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon, Detective. Okay, we left off listening to the statements that you took. First, I want to ask you a question. There's incessant beeping going on at the beginning of the statement. What was that?
I believe that's medical equipment.
Okay, where were these interviews taking place?
Inside I guess a work area for patients, a little room.
So an exam at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. When you are finished speaking with Mr. Henry, and then are you discussing there a part where the officers were walking shoulder to shoulder down your River Road?
Yes.
So in terms of the time frame of that morning, when is this statement with Mr. Henry taking place?
The statement with Mr. Henry, well, I got at the hospital at 5, and I believe it was at 6:05 when we started the interview.
And so between 5 and 6 a.m., the area between 172 back east to 160th has already been searched.
That was, I believe, prior to me getting there. They had searched from I-75 to Dykes, 160th. And then after I left the hospital, because that's why you hear in the interview us talking about, well, we didn't find anything, because that was the initial area that was searched. And so then after I left the hospital, I met, there's a Walgreens on the northwest corner of Dykes and Miramar Parkway. We met there with about 20 officers or so. There were sergeants, CSAs, road officers, traffic unit, and I told them I wanted to block off Miramar Parkway from 160th all the way to 172, the westbound lanes, and eventually we did that. But prior to that, Detective Moretti and Toyota drove Cortland to the area to get a better, a lot of the interview, that's what we were trying, that was important for us to find a location and jurisdiction,
So is it clear there was actually 2 searches done between I-75 and 172?
Well, actually 3.
Could you
There
explain?
was 175, I-75 to Dykes, 160th. Then I was involved personally from 160th to 172. I assisted in walking that area also with, I think,
That's the 20 officers you were talking about? That
well, the 20 officers to block off everything. And then we had I think a dozen officers, including myself, that actually walked from 160th. This was a second search. And then once we finished that one, they continued from 172 to
like 184 feet discussed earlier?
right, exactly.
So going to the search from 160th to 172, you testified previously it's a mile distance.
Yes,
How long did it take to conduct that search of that mile with the 12 officers?
it took us about an hour to do it because we would stop along the way, we would find a little debris, kind of look at it to see what it was and that kind of stuff. And essentially we walked shoulder to shoulder, kind of,
Okay. Did you find any shell casings?
No.
Any glass fragments?
No.
Any projectiles?
No.
Any tire marks?
No.
Any sort of impact or anything on the median that would indicate a crash or recent friction?
No.
The next thing that you did you continue on from 172 to 184 of that mile long search?
other officers continued that search.
But were you there personally?
No.
At that point, did you travel to a location in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
Yes,
And would that be 805 Northeast 4th Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
When you arrived at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, what was that?
That was a recording studio, kind of like in a warehouse district.
When you went there, did you make contact with the management and the owner-operator of that business?
Detective Taylor did.
Once you went to that studio, did you determine the name to be New Era?
Yes,
After you went to New Era, did you review the surveillance footage that was collected from New Era?
at one point I did.
Okay. I'm now approaching what's been previously marked as Stage G for identification purposes only. Detective Bertrand, is that the studio footage that you recovered from New Era on October 26, 2018, along with Detective Toyota?
Yes,
Does it fairly accurately depict the studio footage that you reviewed on October 26, 2018?
yes.
Now, this is state request with Stage G in.
No objection?
Okay.
It'll be admitted.
Stage G will be on stage number 7.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Yes, you may publicly look at it later.
Yes, please, Your Honor. And so, Detective Bertrand, are there a number of clips on this particular footage that you retrieved?
Detective Taylor was the one that downloaded it, but I reviewed it all there also.
Okay. I only at this point am going to publish the exterior from channel 4, 2018, 26, 02, 17, and 41.
Excuse me, ALC? Yes, all right.
Detective Bertrand, in your experience in watching and reviewing surveillance footage over the course of your career as a homicide detective, is the time always accurate?
No.
Is it your recollection that this was off by 1 hour due to time wasted?
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Sustained reprise.
When this video was recovered, was there a determination made as to how far off the time was from now?
Same objection. Watch from sidewalk.
Have there ever been any mention of a 4th person in Grady?
No,
After you went to this location, did you travel back to Miramar?
we did.
And where did you go when you went back to Miramar?
We went to the office, which is in a clubhouse of Sunset Lakes.
And at that point, you're taking surveillance footage from it.
Detective Toyota.
And we're gonna get that in for witness.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Moving on to October 28th of 2018. Did you go out of town? I'm sorry, October 27th, 2018. Did you go out of town to help further interviews in this case?
I accompanied Detective Toyota, Moretti, and I believe Toyota and Tomlin.
Okay.
We
When,
went to Vero Beach.
okay, when you went to Vero Beach, did you record those interviews up there?
No.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I didn't speak to anyone. I stayed, I believe the Detective Moretti conducted all the interviews. I stayed outside, and I think in like a kitchen area, kitchen living room area, and I just hung out with the family that was there.
Did you provide your contact information to the family?
I believe I did, yes.
Specifically, Makia Bagley. That individual, did you provide your contact information?
Yes.
Did Ms. Bagley leave without saying what she's saying? On the next day, October 20th, Ms. Bagley sent you text messages.
Let me go back. I'm not sure. I know I left the card. I'm not sure if it was her. I left my card at the house.
So that was on October 27th.
Yes.
So on October 28th of 2018, without going into what was sent to you, did you receive text messages from the family members of one of the deceased?
Yes.
Now, going forward on November 2nd of 2018, did you attend a memorial service or funeral in this case?
I did.
Is that common as a homicide detective?
It is.
Why would you do that?
One, show respect, and two, looking for information. Sometimes family members will come and approach us and talk to us. Friends, they'll come that previously didn't know about us, but now they see us there and they approach us.
Were you able to determine or develop any other leads yourself at that memorial service for
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Moving forward to November 8th of 2018, when the first batch of phone records came in, did you take additional investigative steps?
I accompanied Detective Moretti. He asked me, based on some phone records that he got back, he asked me if I could accompany him to search an area, and we did. We went out to US 27th. Show you one.
Please, and so
we went to first place we drove to was Holiday Park, which is a trailer park north of Pines Boulevard on the left-hand side of US 27th.
when you say left hand, do you mean
West side.
the west side?
West side.
Yeah. And describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how populated that is.
It's a trailer park. So obviously the construction is not like a house. It's not fortified or what have you. And it's pretty densely populated with a lot of trailers and stuff like that.
In your statement with Mr. Henry, you alluded to some investigation of the sheriff's office off of I-95 and Hollandale Beach Boulevard.
Yes.
As a detective in the homicide bureau, was it common to reach out to other jurisdictions for information?
Yes, I think while we were there, we got some information of
Just saying that's what the information was.
So with regards to the trailer park, did you find any evidence of a shooting that had occurred at that trailer park?
No.
Did any witnesses come forward and speak to you at the trailer park?
No.
Were there any ballistic signs at the trailer park that there'd been any shooting?
No, in fact, we kind of concluded that based on the construction of the trailers and stuff like that, and the amount of damaged bullets that were fired at the car, it was our belief that someone would have called if it happened there.
So going forward to November 21st of 2018, did you have the occasion to respond to US 27 and Pembroke Road?
And that was the second search that we did.
And when you responded to there, who was present?
Detective Moretti, Detective Toyota, Detective Smith, I believe Detective Tomlin was there, I was there, and there were some canine officers from Fort Lauderdale PD.
When you were there, did you personally collect any evidence?
No.
Who would have done that?
Crime scene,
Why is that?
because that's their job.
As an homicide detective, do you collect evidence?
Sometimes, but we always have crime scene if they're there. Under certain circumstances, we may. The crime scene wasn't there and we couldn't get them out.
And other than the investigation at US 27 that you were present for and Pembroke Road, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, going back to the one on November 8th, we also searched from Pembroke Road. After we left the trailer park, we went back to Pembroke Road, and Detective Moretti and I walked from Pembroke Road all the way to Taft, north on Taft to Taft, and then back. That was about 2 miles. We walked the northbound lanes and then southbound lanes, and we didn't find anything.
And that's again on US 27?
On US 27.
Okay. Nothing further into this, Chair.
Council, is there any cross-examination this witness?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you. Take a break. Good afternoon.
How soon after the car arrived at the hospital would you say you got involved in the investigation?
Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning is when I got called out. I don't have the actual incident report to see when the call was dispatched, but I got to the hospital at 5:47 is when I arrived at the hospital.
So you got there, if, within an hour?
Yeah, 47 minutes exactly, of when I got called out.
Okay. And your first assignment, or the first task that you undertook was, the first substantive task was to interview Mr. Henry, Cortland Henry? Second.
Yeah, well, the first thing was I got briefed by the officers that were there. They told me what they had done to that point, which was the 75 to 160th search, and they didn't find anything. And then after that is when proceeded to the review.
Okay. So prior to you even discussing the matter with Mr. Cortland Henry for the first time, you had already been told that based on the description of the location of the incident that he provided to law enforcement, they found no evidence.
Right, from I-7, based on what Cortland told the officers.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you had already formed the impression that he was either mistaken or not being candid.
Well, it was, I think through the statement, it was pretty evident that we were trying to narrow down where that location was. Because we knew that based on what he initially told the officers, it didn't happen there. So we were trying to narrow it down. That's why you keep hearing us trying to figure out the locations and giving descriptions of landmarks in the area to kind of narrow down where that location was so we can look for evidence.
Right. Because he wasn't giving you exact addresses, he was giving you descriptions, and you were trying to decipher from the descriptions that he provided where he might have been described.
Exactly, where the incident happened.
And you knew to this point, at least up to the point where you began your interview with him, that the information, or at least the impressions that law enforcement had formed based upon what he said, were not matching up, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you start out your interview by telling him, hey, we got a problem. What you told us is not matching up with what we found at the scene.
Right.
And you developed an impression throughout the course of that interview that he wasn't being candid. Did you not?
Well, later on, we did, after we saw that there was a fourth person in the car, when we didn't find any evidence. But that's why we brought him we had officers, 2 detectives bring him to the scene to kind of narrow down the search area. But we did a pretty wide search of the area, just in case he was mistaken.
Sure. But even before you took him out to the scene, you were making, during the process of your, would you define your interaction and your exchange with Mr. Henry as an interview or an interrogation?
It was an interview.
At that time, you didn't perceive him to be a suspect.
No.
You perceived him to be a victim.
Yes.
But you're also of the impression that he was being dishonest with you because, I mean, several times throughout your statement, we can say, hey, there's a problem. You might not want to lie to us, right?
Well, we also had misinformation in reference to an incident that happened on the east side of this city in BSO jurisdiction, which we thought could have been involved, but we later found out it wasn't. So we were mistaken about that. So we were just trying to it was important for us to find the location, one, because of evidence, to look for evidence that would help us with the case. And the second reason was jurisdiction.
Sure. But I mean, you're a seasoned detective, right? You're retired now.
Yes, sir.
So at the time that this transpired, you were, how long were you in the force?
26 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
24 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
About 13.
So it would be fair to say that you had a dual purpose during that interview. You were trying to, or at least 3 purposes. You were trying to determine the boundaries of jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
You were trying to identify the location that this incident took place.
Yes, sir.
In order to determine boundaries of jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And also to further your investigation.
That's correct.
And you're also trying to get a gauge of whether the person to whom you were speaking was involved or not involved. Right?
Yes.
Fair.
Yes.
I mean, the number of times that you implied to him that he might be being dishonest as opposed to merely mistaken, you heard the tape earlier, right? You recall.
I didn't have a preconceived notion as to whether he was being dishonest or not. We had some mistaken information. Maybe that's where I came across that way, that there was an incident on the east side, which we later found out it wasn't. We were just trying to find out the location where it happened.
So when you were telling him stuff like, hey, if it was my friend, I'd really want to help the law enforcement officers out. I mean, don't you want to help your friend? You weren't trying to get him to be candid. You were trying to get him to reach into the depths of his recollection. Is that what you're trying to do?
I would say probably both.
Okay. So you were trying to make an assessment of his credibility throughout the course of this exchange.
Sure.
Fair, right?
Sure.
Okay. So having been a detective for so long, you kind of have a BS meter. You refer to, I don't want to be BS, right?
Yes, sir.
You figure you have a BS meter that's pretty well calibrated.
I guess.
Was it going ding?
Like I said, I was trying to find out where the incident happened.
I understand.
And that was basically it.
I'm trying to ask, your BS meter was starting to be triggered throughout the course of this exchange. Is my question.
I guess.
It was.
Sure.
Okay. So therefore, you did discern that this man to whom you were speaking, this man that you were interviewing, not interrogating, may be taking you for a ride. Right? That's the ding, ding, ding.
I don't know if, like I said, I was at that point, he was a victim. I had no reason to believe otherwise. We were basically trying to narrow down the location. I also understand that being shot at is a traumatic experience based on what he's saying. And that's why we had him, he was transported to the scene to see if we can narrow down the location. I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your BS meter did not go off and you did not form the impression that he was being evasive in the manner in which he was answering your questions in the tape that we all just heard.
Well, there are some things that, that's why I asked him, trying to gauge whether one of the questions that I asked him was, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? To see his response. So I guess if you want to call that a BS meter or whatever, I'm just trying to gauge if he's being truthful with me, if he's hiding something. We asked him all kinds of questions, whether it was a drug deal, whether he had a beef with someone on 75, all kinds of questions, trying to gauge what could happen. We're also trying to find out why it happened and any other things that he might be leaving out. Sometimes it's, like I said, a shooting is a traumatic thing, and
fair to say, sometimes when you leave out information, it's inadvertent, and sometimes it's deliberate.
Correct, and we have to explore that.
And you were trying to figure out which one.
Correct.
But you drew no conclusions throughout the course of the.
Later we did. Later when we didn't find anything, and when we saw the video, we knew that where he told us it happened, it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, you perceived him to be scared because you suggested maybe you're scared. Is that what you had perceived, or did you perceive him to just be evasive? Which one? Or neither?
I didn't draw a conclusion. I'm trying to ask him questions again to have him open up, see what could be him being hesitant, or if he's leaving something out, or just exploring different avenues.
Okay. What about the part when he told you that he didn't have a phone? Did that seem curious to you?
Actually, I didn't even think about it, but now it sounds kind of weird, but I didn't even think about it at the time.
You know anybody without a phone? It's not living under a bridge.
No.
So at that time, this information, this indication, this loud indication that maybe he is deceiving you, it didn't occur to you now, but upon reflection, you would say it's now occurring to you. Now that I put the question.
It's easy to Monday morning quarterback when you have a lot of time. We're in the middle. My goal at that time was to find out the location, okay, so that we can look for evidence and jurisdiction. Those were the two main things at that time. And then obviously why, and get some background information as to why it could happen and things like that.
I understand that. And just to further your analogy, I would submit that during the process of this exchange, when somebody tells you, an adult male tells you I don't have a phone, that being curious is not Monday morning quarterback. That's like missing somebody wide open in the end zone, right? But it didn't occur.
No, really at that time, it wasn't maybe later on it could have been something that Detective Moretti would have considered, but at that time, like I told you, what my priorities were, at least for me.
I noticed you mentioned Detective Moretti. It's not something that would have occurred to you. Was it fair to say that Detective Moretti was the one making the investigative decisions on the case?
I called him to be the lead detective because we had, like I stated earlier, we had an agreement between the homicide detectives. I was 2 years left before it was almost 2 years exactly to time to retire. So the agreement was that if I got called out, the other guys in the homicide unit would take over the investigation, and that I would assist to avoid exactly we had to come back.
Yeah, and it did work.
It didn't work out.
Sorry about that. But you're not suggesting that the fact that you weren't lead meant that if your investigative instincts suggested that certain actions be taken, that you wouldn't suggest that to Moretti. You're not saying that.
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. To me, at that point, we were trying to find out the location and try and get some of the story and stuff like that.
Okay, so we're past the phone thing. I'm just saying, as a general concept, your perception of your role vis-a-vis Detective Moretti's wouldn't be because he's the lead, that if something occurred to you, you would not convey it to him. You wouldn't keep it to yourself.
No, we would discuss.
Okay. So there came a point later where you took Mr. Cortland Henry, or at least Detective Moretti did, out to the scene. So there would be no mistake as to where he said that, right?
Detective Moretti and Detective Taylor drove to the scene.
So now we don't have the possible disconnect between what he's describing and what you perceived. Now he's saying it happened in this location, wherever it is that he took it, right?
You would have to ask Detective Moretti what was discussed. They just told me, I believe it was like the area of 163rd and Miramar Parkway, but we started, like I said, on 160th and proceeded westbound.
And law enforcement exerted a lot of effort, searched there, found nothing.
Correct.
Now you know this guy is not telling you the truth, I'm sure, right?
Well, at least that it didn't happen.
Okay. So at least he's not telling you the truth as to the location of the incident, right?
Correct.
And he told you where he lives. I think early on in the transcript, he told you the address on 44th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And it occurred to you, of course, that maybe we should go and execute a search warrant on that location just to make sure that we are investigating the possible people that are involved. Did that occur to you at the time?
No, I didn't do a search warrant in that location.
Well, I know you did. I'm asking whether it occurred to you that you should have.
No.
And based upon your being in and around Moretti, you never heard him suggest maybe we go do that.
In order to get a search warrant, you have to have a probable cause that a crime was committed there. And at this point, we had no evidence that the crime was committed at the house to get a search warrant.
You need evidence, probable cause to determine that crime was committed at the house, or you need a probable cause to determine that possible evidence of a crime may be retrieved from that location.
Correct. Well, yes to both of those.
And so the gentleman who shows up at the hospital telling lies with two deceased people in his car, it doesn't occur to you that the place he goes directly next might be a source for you to find evidence, right?
We had no evidence that he went to the house.
Where'd he go?
According to him, to the hospital.
Where'd he go after that?
I have no idea.
Was that a big concern?
But we went to different areas. We went to other places. No, we didn't go there.
Okay, so I don't need the answer, sir. But you now have somebody who has presented himself to dead bodies, lied to law enforcement, had a long interview where he's taking you around in circles in the interface, and where he leads, and you know.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Did it occur to you to search, to track where he may be going and conduct a search warrant? Because it might be fruitful.
No.
At the time that somebody at least determined that Cortland Henry may have been involved in this tragedy, you were already off case?
I believe I already testified to my involvement in it. So that the items that we covered was my involvement in the case. Period.
Okay. So as you recall, at the time that you disengaged from further involvement in the case, Cortland Henry had not yet been identified as a potential suspect. If you recall.
No.
Can I have a moving on?
Yes.
Thanks. Sir, the location that Cortland Henry identified as his residence was also the place he identified as the residence of the two victims.
Yes, sir.
And that didn't trigger you to think maybe to search that location either?
No.
Okay. Tell me again about Walmart. Do you remember what Cortland Henry told you about Walmart?
He described some incident at Walmart.
And the reason that you were asking him, I think explicitly, was that you were trying to determine whether or not there could be any other people who may have had a motive to engage in the offense.
Correct.
And he told you about an altercation that took place at Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And you know, of course, that Walmart has surveillance tapes.
Yes, sir.
And so when did you go and retrieve those tapes?
I don't know if Detective Murray did.
If you were making the call, would you witness?
I don't know if there was no connection to it at the time. I don't know if I would have or would not.
Because you do realize you asked him that very question for that very reason.
He also said that there was nothing to it, that as best as I recall.
He said the beef was squashed.
It was, yes.
So you said, okay, well, and then that settles it.
Well, I didn't say anything. I thought,
And you didn't do it.
I didn't. No.
Second picture across examination, no?
I think so, sir, but I'm being back. Remember the reference to a guy named Bentley in the statement, that there was a beef with a guy named Bentley? You recall?
No.
Because we listened to the statement earlier, and that statement said the beef was squashed with Bentley. It didn't say that the beef was squashed with a Walmart.
I don't recall.
So you just know that you didn't go and check up on either one.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Council's in agreement?
That's all right. Detective Bertrand, does surveillance footage exist forever? Is there a retention time frame in which you have to be able to go to whatever location to retrieve it?
In most cases, from a week or two to 30 days max.
Did Mr. Henry give you any more idea of time frame as to when this Walmart incident happened?
If he did, it's contained, I don't recall at this point.
Counsel asked you a lot about getting a search warrant for the house.
Correct.
Do you have any information whatsoever that would lead you to believe the defendant, Mr. Demons, or Mr. Henry have been at the house?
No.
Where did all the investigation point today have been?
In the car.
With regards to the recording studio, did you go there and retrieve evidence from that location?
Yes.
Did you get a warrant just based on belief?
No.
On a hope and a prayer?
No.
What do you need?
You need probable cause and evidence that items of the crime are there.
Did you have anything today set on to go to a judge and ask for a search warrant that night?
No.
Do you know how long the defendants lived there before they were evicted? Maybe you don't know when they were evicted, that's
I don't recall.
Counsel brought up a lot about Mr. Henry being evasive or not wanting to answer questions. You asked some questions of him. Did you think he was going to try and exact street justice?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry?
Did you think Mr. Henry was going to try
Objection
and...
sustained. I don't know about you sustaining objection.
With regards to the questions you asked of Mr. Henry, did you ask if he was going to take any actions into his own defense?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Who's next witness, Counsel?
Morgan Curry?
How's that? Bring in Morgan Curry, please. Right hand be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full name and name of the
Morgan Curry,
Please spell your first and last name.
MORHAN, CURR.
Please have a seat. Madam, that microphone will put you up or down, not back and forth. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curry. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
The Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What do you do for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
I conduct criminal felony investigations, also hold arrest authority.
And in terms of your job description, what area or specialized station do you?
Yes, so specialize in cold cases as well as in forensic consulting for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What does that mean to be a forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
Yes. Handle any type of forensic expertise or crime scene processing.
Okay, and the crime scene processing that you do, what type of training experience do you have to do that from NCIS and not the TV show, just to be clear?
Correct. Received over 210 hours of formal training in crime scene processing and documentation. So also include photography, the collection of evidence, the processing of evidence, collection of DNA, fingerprinting, various other forensic principles. I also received a bachelor's degree prior to NCIS, but specifically within NCIS, just a formal training of documenting and collecting evidence.
Prior to working for NCIS, where were you employed?
With Miramar Police Department.
How many years were you with Miramar Police Department?
About 4 years.
And the 4 years that you were there with Miramar, what different job titles did you have?
Started out as an evidence and property custodian for 2 years and then promoted to a crime institution for 2 years.
And so what were your job description as an evidence custodian?
Evidence custodian, so collecting as well as storing any type of incoming evidence or property for the department.
Okay, and then once you were promoted to crime scene technician, how did your job description change?
It included the same responsibilities as the evidence and property custodian, but it changed a bit as far as going out to various scenes to collect, process, as well as document or photograph crime scenes.
Did you take classes or trainings?
Yes, I did.
And so what ones did you take at Miramar Police Department?
Specifically at Miramar, completed a 16-week on-the-job training with crime scene documentation, as well as photography and other crime scene principle training. And then also throughout my employment there within the 2 years, just continued with additional advanced trainings.
Okay. You mentioned that you had a bachelor's degree as well. What was that in?
Also in forensics with a minor in anthropology.
And where did you get that?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
And what year?
2014.
Did you also obtain a master's degree?
Yes, I did.
And in 2017, where did you obtain your master's degree from?
From Nova Southeastern University.
And in what field of study?
Department of Homeland Security was a concentration, but it was the degree was titled National Security Affairs.
With regards to your involvement in this case, on October 26th of 2018, you were involved in the investigation regarding Miramar case number 18-10-02-0629, sorry. And what was your job description for this case?
So crime scene technician in this case.
Were you the only crime scene technician?
No, for several others.
So walk out of the, ladies and gentlemen, jury through how you first became involved.
First involvement was contacted by our dispatch unit to respond to assist with processing the scene.
And when you are contacted, are you at home? Are you on shift?
I would have to refer back to my report to specifically know for this case, but normally what happens is either contacted by phone and or if we're on a radio, we're contacted by the radio.
Do you respond directly to the hospital in this case?
Yes, I did.
What is the first thing you do when you get to the hospital?
Meeting with the detective that's on scene, if they're on scene, and or the lead officer that's there to debrief on whatever my assistance is needed for.
Okay. And so what tasks were you assigned once you spoke with the officers and detectives on scene?
I was specifically tasked with photographing and documenting the individuals that were there at the hospital.
When you say the individuals that were there, were they living or deceased?
Deceased.
Did you have any involvement or contact with Cortland Henry, who would be a living individual?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any contact with the defendant in this case, Jamell Demons?
No.
So I'm going to start and go through when you're documenting the scene at the hospital. How do you do that?
Again, first starts with speaking with the detective or officer that's there to kind of brief on the case. Then from there, we start with photography. It would also include photographing the scene, photographing important information and or evidence, documenting via notes. So taking notes as far as address, other pertinent information, and then also if there's collection of evidence, just making sure that you document the evidence you're collecting and transporting it.
In terms of the number of photographs that you take, I'm not asking you exactly how many, but how is it? Voluminous?
Could you use different words?
Sure. Do you take a bunch of them?
Yes. So, yes.
Is there any particular pattern that you do when you're taking these photographs?
Yes. So we start with overalls. So that just includes an overall depiction of the scene to include, again, addresses or any type of location information that is there. And then we move into mid-ranges. So if there's any specific mid-ranges that ties what you're focusing on in your scene to specific pieces of evidence, you start there. And then if there's something that needs a close-up photograph, we then move into close-ups.
And do you follow that same process, whether you're documenting a person, a place, or a thing?
That is correct.
In this case, you mentioned collecting evidence. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen jury what you do when you're collecting a piece of evidence?
When you're collecting a piece of evidence, you start initially by documenting it with notes, and then from there photographing it. And then if there's photographing it in that same sequence, so overall is where it's located, mid-range, and then close-ups. After that, you would then collect it and bag it appropriately to be transported from the scene.
Okay, so I'm going to go back now. When you're collecting it, what do you do to ensure there's no contamination of the evidence?
So we always make sure to have PPE, personal protection equipment. So that includes things like gloves, masks, face masks if needed, a tie-dye suit, which would be kind of like a coverall suit to protect your clothing, and or to protect the specific pieces of evidence to contaminate it with the items on your clothing. And so then from there, we would bag them into specific pieces of bagging materials. It could be paper, it could be plastic.
So investigator, is there a reason why paper bags are used or plastic bags are used?
Yes, so we use paper because it is a porous material, being a breathable material. Any type of biohazard evidence that you're collecting should be in a porous material, some type of paper material so that it can breathe, so that it's not contaminated with mold or other bacterial items.
So if items are damp or moist or wet in any way, how do you deal with that as a crime scene technician?
Yep, so we do have sterilized dryers. So any type of items that are wet at the time, we do transport them in that paper, that breathable material, and then from there, it goes over to our drying chamber to dry.
After they are dry, do you package them again?
Correct. After they're dry, they are packaged in that paper material.
And with regards to our courtroom presentation, are there occasions in which the clothing is placed between clear plastic to make it easier to handle and deal with in court?
Correct.
So I'm going to start. I'm going to approach here.
Can you approach very briefly?
Yes. See what I'm saying?
That's it.
Just a little. Can we go back a little? That's good. Perfect. All right, we're ready. We're ready.
Your attention?
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the verdict for jury. To go over the defendant, the counsel is just state attorney, and our witness is jury remains on stand. Counsel, if you're ready to continue, you may.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Curry, you mentioned that the first step you take is documenting through photographs. When you arrived at the scene for this case at 1901 South 107th Avenue, did you take photographs of the deceased as you found him?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, counsel, you may.
Mr. Curry, I want you to take a look at what's been previously marked as States H for identification purposes. It's a USB and a collection of photographs. Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of that USB and the photographs that are attached?
Yes, sir.
Are the photographs a fair and accurate representation of what is on the USB device?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent the documentation you did of the two individuals who were deceased on October 26, 2018 as you found them at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
You're at this time the state was requesting the state's H into evidence as a composite of 45 photos and one USB.
Is there any objection?
No objection to the photos. I assume the USB is exactly what the photographs are. I did not do that with the USB.
That is correct. That is done, sir. There's a hard copy and digital copy correcting other records if it's necessary.
Based on that recommendation, okay?
Thank you. Will be admitted.
States H will be marked as States 8.
I'm sorry, what now?
8 number 8.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Or the photographs, they're marked. They're all part of the composite. Is that
They
a
are.
composite exhibit?
It's a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Thank you. You're admitted.
So I'm going to start with the first photograph here. What are we looking at in this image?
It's our photo template.
What is its purpose?
It documents what's seen photographing, provides necessary identifying information, as in who took the photos, date, time, case number, location, and what the incident is in reference to.
Okay. I'm going to start with the photo that is sub-labeled Anthony Williams. Did you have the opportunity to document the deceased who later became known to you as Anthony Williams?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to start with labeled as image 2. What are we looking at here?
That is the room plate number at the hospital that I responded to.
Was there an officer that was standing outside of this room?
Yes, it was.
Was anyone allowed into this room prior to your arrival for documentation purposes?
Not so much.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at?
That is the photograph of the wristband that was on the deceased.
And the date of birth of January 1st of 1880 and 138 years old. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it says on there and what is a trauma bracelet?
I would not know that.
Okay. Can you describe what it says, what the name was assigned to the individual?
Chocolate, anonymous.
The second photo, what do you see here?
That is an overall photograph of the deceased.
Why do you take an overall photograph?
It goes back to our initial documentation of how we process each scene. We start with an overall to gather as much information as we can about what we're observing, and then move in to specific areas.
On to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
There's a close-up of the deceased face.
Okay. Is there items of jewelry that are visible in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
So starting with on the ears, is there jewelry that is in the deceased ear lobes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We'll move on to the necklace in a different one. Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at?
Again, another close-up of the deceased face.
At this point, there is now no longer a hospital gown. What happened?
So in order for us to fully document, as is, we start off with the overalls with the gown on, and then follow behind with documenting the full overall of the body. So we remove the gown with hospital side numbers.
The next photo, the necklace and items here. Did you ever collect those?
No, I did not.
What are we looking at in this image?
Appears to be some type of wound.
Do you document all wounds as they appear to you?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any background in medical training, or are you trained as a medical examiner?
No, I am not.
Moving on to what are we looking at this photograph?
So it's a rearward or supine facing photo of the deceased. So back of the head.
Do you do anything to clean up the deceased?
No, you don't.
The plastic bags inside the paper bags, what are those?
So that contain various clothing items and personal belongings to the deceased.
Is this what you're talking about before you get to the drying chamber?
That is correct.
Is this packaging from the hospital or from Miramar?
It's from the hospital.
What are we looking at in this particular image?
So it's a GSR kit, gunshot residue kit.
And was this performed on Anthony Williams?
Yes, it was.
And now more close-up of this GSR kit. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the red stain that is showing up?
Yes, so the red staining contains various debris as well as the blood that is found on the deceased or on the area that we use to swab the test.
What is the purpose of the gunshot residue testing?
Yes, so the purpose of the test kit is to determine if there is some type of gunshot residue on the specific item, whether it's an individual or a specific piece of evidence that you're testing.
And the specific name of the gunshot residue test that's being done is what?
Friend info.
What was the results of this gunshot residue testing?
It's negative. Presence of GSR.
So going now to the images under the subfolder Christopher Thomas, starting with image number 34, what are we looking at here?
So again, a photo of the room number at hospital.
The next photo that is here, is this an establishing shot?
Yes, it is an overall.
The black box that's put on there for modesty, was that done by you?
No, it's not.
No. When you take the photo, how is the bond?
As it's proceeding.
Okay. Do you document the same, like we discussed with the prior?
Yes, so it starts all over again, doing the overalls, then into the mid-range and close-ups.
Next photo?
So it's a close-up of the deceased head.
Does anyone assist you in locating areas or wounds, scars, marks, tattoos?
Yes, so there's other investigators out there or crime scene technicians out there, as well as other medical staff, like nurses or any other individuals that are allowed to be in there or assisted.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention that was removed from the body?
Not to my knowledge.
On this picture here, what are we looking at?
So another close-up of the deceased face.
What was the purpose of this next photo that we are looking at?
So it is it's a mid-range of the abdomen area or the body area, the upper body area, to show the various puncture wounds as well as projectiles that are protruding out of the scene.
So does the screen there work if you circle on it? It should be a touch screen. Let's see. So that when you're talking about the protruding projectiles in the skin.
Correct. It could be, and so it would require additional examination, but it could be anything as far as projectiles or metal shrapnel that comes from casings or bullets.
And in terms of, you're not trained as a medical examiner to know what's going on underneath the skin.
Correct.
On to the next image. What are you documenting in this photo?
So the lower extremities of the deceased, as well as the feet, with the several what we can observe as some type of injuries.
And was there a name assigned to this individual?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was the last and first name of this individual that you were documenting?
Tama Tak Christopher.
Okay. What are we looking at in this specific photo?
Yes, so another documentation of the upper body of the deceased, as well as various injuries.
Okay. And then this photo?
So a close-up unobserved injury to the body.
Moving again to the next photo, what area of the body are we looking at here?
This is the chest as well, chest or abdomen area.
And so if you could just circle on the screen or use the pointer to indicate where's the arm versus where's the chest.
So arm and then the chest.
Moving on to the image here, what extremity are we looking at?
So the inner thigh.
And on which leg?
Right.
Again, a close-up of that same wound in the next photo?
Correct.
Going to the photo that we're looking at here. Is someone assisting you in moving the body?
Yes, one of the medical staff members.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
So we're documenting the rear or the back of the deceased with the observed injuries.
Okay. And Investigator Curry, at the time when you're looking at this individual, have you already seen the Jeep that's outside?
I do not recall.
Okay. So going to next photo, what are we looking at in this one?
So the lower extremities, the rear lower extremities of the deceased.
Here, so I want to make sure it's clear what area have we moved back up to on the body in this photo.
Yes, so the back of the deceased.
Have you done any sort of cleaning or making it easier to see in any way, shape, or form of the body at this point?
No, I have not.
When are we looking at this photo?
So I believe that is the arm, a close-up of the injuries or wounds on the arm.
So I'm just going to go back one. So is that what you call the mid-range shot, and then going forward again, the close-up?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking here near the elbow?
Yes, another injury on that same arm.
And then going to this on the thigh. What the last image you talked about on the inner right thigh? Where's this defect that we're looking at in comparison to that one?
It's the outer right thigh.
Going to this photo here. What are we looking at here?
So the backside of the deceased.
Okay. Now in this photo.
A close-up of that same backside of the deceased.
And again, this on the right upper back of the deceased.
Correct.
Next photo, what is this showing?
Some type of injury or defect under the underarm of the deceased.
The defects for the purposes of this, is someone holding the victim's arm in an upward position?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph, what are we looking at?
So belongings, various belongings to the deceased.
Did you do the same GSR testing to Mr. Thomas's hands?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to that, were there any results on that?
No, the results were negative.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you do the GSR testing on the deceased hands?
Yes. So with the assistance of hospital staff, just have them hold their hands out as best way that we can. Using that kit, again, donning or putting on PPE, so some type of protective equipment, gloves, or some type of mask. Opening the kit up itself from a sterilized package, using that, it's more like a swab or a cotton pad, to which we rub against the individual's hand or whatever the object that we're testing for GSR. We run that for about 15 to 30 seconds to collect whatever fluid that we can on that cotton swab. And then from there, there is a chemical that is within that same tubing or that same kit. That chemical is then applied to the cotton swab there with about 5 seconds or so for reaction. And if there is a presence of GSR, you'll see there's a photograph within the kit or some type of depiction within the kit that shows that if blue specks come up, it does have some type of presence for GSR. And if you do not see those blue specks, then there's a negative presence for GSR.
So going forward, I'm going to show you a card back here that I'm going to percolate so you can view the contents. I'm going to open up the evidence seal on the outside of the bag now. So I'm sorry, I don't think we established prior to today. Do you live here locally?
No, I do not.
As part of the Naval Criminal Intelligence Service, where are you stationed?
Virginia.
And if you need gloves, there's 2 different types here. Scissors as well. The items are in here. You can look at them best you can without taking them out of the packaging. Do those items appear to be the same ones you collected from the victim, Anthony Williams, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, yes.
So I'm going to start with our defense counsel. Do you wish to approach?
No.
The items are placed into clear plastic wrap. Clear. So we're going to use this item as item I. What is the item I?
Are you moving the evidence?
Yes.
It should not be displayed until the moving evidence without the respect.
Objection sustained, so.
Investigation, just put it behind the TV. All right, is item I the same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Is there, excuse me, because the objection pending still up to be displayed to the jury. Is there a way you can do this?
Photographs of that.
I'll make it easier. No objection to the clothes coming into the house.
So with regards to without objection, so City Councilman state I in.
No objection, correct?
No objection.
It'll be admitted. States aye.
Okay. And so states J.
No objection with regard to states J.
No.
No, sir. It'll be admitted.
States I do not states 9.
Number 9.
States J will be marked. States 10.
Thank you.
So start with what's previously listed now as state 89, the black pants. Can you please hold those up for the jury? Moving on to state A.
Any objection? No objection. State K will be admitted. That's what you're seeking, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
States K, New York States 11.
Switch the key doing this year. So, duties to find this collection of speculation and agree what is your hand right now.
So in my hand is the June jacket that was used in Oscar.
And what number is that, counsel?
State's 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Duties to find the published state 11. I'll switch with you. Thank you. Is that how you received the shirt?
It wasn't.
What did you do in terms of processing it or cuts or anything in the future?
So we don't cut anything from the items itself. What we simply do is spread it out per se, so it's folded and unfolded so that it can be tried in interaction.
Okay. And last note is the initial original packaging.
That's correct.
Is that the initial original packaging that those items were placed into?
Yes, that's.
And did that have your name, handwriting, case number, and seal on it?
That's correct.
So with regards to the items from the victim, Mr. Anthony Williams, what did you do to process those clothing items?
After they were done drying, to document them, once again, photographing them in the lab to document any type of what we could identify as wounds or cuttings or anything that would assist us in documenting the clothing that came from the deceased.
When you are documenting on the outside of these packaging items, are you indicating a photo marker on them?
Yes.
And why do you put the photo marker on it?
So visually it allows some type of visual documentation, so it's easier to see what we're looking at.
Okay. I'm sure
As well as to identify that specific piece.
Trying to identify the state L or those. Investigator Crime Training has previously marked the state's L for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the handwriting on that packaging?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize your seal and your ID number on it?
Yes, I do.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it in October of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is this?
It is identified as one black sock, one black and gray sock, one black boxer.
And which individual do you take these from?
Anthony Williams.
And at this time, the state requesting the state LN.
Any objection? No objection. It'll be admitted.
States L, New York States number 12.
Investigator Curry, if I could ask you to be so kind as to publish these items. There are 3. 2 socks and a pair of gloves. And there are gloves if you're hanging the scissors are right there. Could you be so kind as to open it?
Do you want me to remove them out of the bag?
Please, if you could fold them up and show them to the resident. So, Investigator Curry, did you collect any of the tennis shoes in this case?
Yes, I did.
With regards to the additional processing that was done on the shoes, did you do that or was that done by another investigator?
To my knowledge, it was that.
So moving on, I'm gonna go to Christopher Thomas as well. Did you collect the evidence from his person?
Yes, ma'am.
So, please be so kind as to open the warrant on the package.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the Christopher Thomas letter.
What's the exhibit number?
This is the M, N, and O.
Is that correct, counsel? All, and no, there's no objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Counsel, these, there's multiple exhibits in each one of these?
That they are individual.
So they're not deposits. Thank you. M and O is the exhibit next series.
That's your original packaging again? So M will be a white undershirt. That will be 13 if I'm correct, is correct?
It's in United States 13.
State N is a black Stranger Things jacket, State N.
States N will mark states.
And States O are some blue jeans.
And states O will be marked states 15.
Detective Curry, if you could be so, I'm sorry, Investigator Curry, if you'd be so kind as to state 13, the t-shirt, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the defects that you documented.
So here, 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 here. And here.
What's been admitted as states 14, the black Stranger Things jacket. You can do the same on the back of that.
Here, here, here.
Thank you. And if you're not approaching up, you can previously marked as state P and shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize that? Yes, ma'am. What is?
Wait a minute. Did the back of that jacket say Stranger Things, or have I watched too much of Stranger Things this weekend? Oh, I think it, or does it? I think so. Look, is that Stranger Things SD? I think this came out before, unless is Stranger Things I don't know. Is it like before in a remake or something? Or did Stranger Things take their name from this? You can't see that. Oh, you ain't no help, damn. I think it do say Stranger Things. All right. STRA. Oh, maybe not. I don't know what the hell it is.
Thank you. And if you're not approaching up, you can previously marked as state P and shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
What we call the scene from Christopher Thomas.
And are those items still in the original packaging?
Yes, it is.
Is your seal still intact with your name,
Okay.
ID number?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You have to state requesting states be in.
No objection, so they'll be admitted. How many items are in there, Council?
It's 2 black socks and 1 boxers.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you.
Can you call this composite, is that right?
Yes, sir.
States B will be marked as a composite of 3 items.
And so once the collection closed, you indicated that you document them via photographs.
That is correct.
So I'm going to approach now what's been previously shown to defense counsel and been marked as states composite H of 1 USD and photographs for you to review. I'm going to show you the USB first. Investigator, do you recognize that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that USB drive?
It has my initials on the back.
And is that fairly and accurately depicts the photos that you took when processing and documenting the clothing and shoes of the victims in this case?
Yes, it is.
And the photographs here, are they fairly and accurately depict the same photographs that are on that USB drive?
Yes, it does.
You're at this time, state, requesting the state's composite view in.
Any objection?
No objection, again, on the same representation that we have not looked at the USB, but as long as the state represents that, it's nothing but those photographs, we have no objection.
That's state's representation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
States Q will be marked as states 17.
They'll be admitted. Thank you.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes. How many photographs you said?
That's not that, I can tell you in just a moment. Investigator Curry, if you have the clothing, why is it important to document it at the time of collection?
To be able to document how they were received as we weren't individuals that collected clothing from the deceased.
So on photograph number 1 under Anthony Williams, it has a G down here at the bottom of the photograph. Why is there a G?
It depicts the item letter that's assigned to the items.
Do you go through and assign a letter to each item that you're looking at?
Yes, each item that's collected receives a letter.
So going through on item G, and I believe there are 50 photographs now to answer your prior question. Why do you take photographs of each side of the shoes?
To accurately depict the entire item from where it is.
Again, on item G, moving on to item H. What, in terms of, is that the same that's been previously admitted into evidence, the black pants that we looked at first?
Yes, it is.
The contents of the pockets, why do you photograph it as such?
To be able to document what items are within the pockets because they may not be visible as they are.
And now what are we looking at on item H? What view?
So there's backside or rear side of the jeans.
So this is still marked as item number or letter H.
Yes.
What items were found inside item H?
These were the items that were derived from the black jeans.
Were those items collected and cataloged?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to the amount of currency that you're seeing right here, how much is that?
$37.
Council has been previously marked as state's owner. Investigator Curry, do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And mark as state's owner for identification purposes. What is that?
It's a currency that filled with the currency from the ID shots.
And is it the same, potentially the same condition being collected it on the day of processing?
Yes, it is.
Is it sealed with your name and ID still?
Yes, it is.
Is it verified by another individual as to the amount of the currency?
Yes, it is.
Here at the time, state requesting states are in.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted. Next series, what is that?
States R will be marked states 18.
Thank you.
On to what's been labeled here as states. Your Miramar item I, previously admitted into evidence, the boxers and the 2 socks.
That is correct.
Is this how you found them?
Yes.
Do you do any of the cutting of them when you receive them?
No, I do not.
Do you know who does?
Generally medical staff.
What's item J?
Picture of the jean jacket that was provided by medical staff of the deceased or from the deceased.
With regards to this next photo of item J, there is an arrow indicating a circular area. Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that is or is not a distressed portion of the jacket or is some sort of bullet defect?
Based on my experience in training, it appears to be something similar to a bullet hole.
Okay. With regards to the arrows, is that why you're putting those on there?
That is correct.
Moving on to the back of item J, is that how it looked when you collected it?
That's correct.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene investigator, does the appearance of blood change over time as it's stored in evidence?
That's correct.
That's still the same jacket that we have in evidence?
That's correct.
Again, item J with the 2 arrows that you have on there,
That's correct.
are those 2 areas of interest that you identified?
Yes.
This is a close-up of the one item J. defects. What can you tell about this particular item that makes you, based on your training experience, say that it's a bullet hole?
Just based on the size, the distress in the jeans, or I'm sorry, in the clothing, and the diameter of the specific defect.
So going on to the black shirt that's been placed in evidence.
That is correct.
That's item K as you documented it. And the little letter K that you put on each of these photos. Why do you put it on the photos?
Because it's a close-up, just to be able to identify that this particular close-up pertains to the overall item K.
Okay. Now looking at the other side of that same t-shirt.
Correct.
Again, how can you tell, or what based on your training experience will tell you that this is a bullet defect?
Based on the preparation inside the clothing itself, to include the diameter of the defect as well.
Okay. So with regards to Christopher Thomas's clothing, did you recover money and currency from his clothing?
I actually have not made a question.
Okay. If any approach was previously marked as state S after showing it to defense counsel?
Yes, counsel.
Unless your current showing has been previously marked as state S for identification purposes only, do you recognize your seal, your ID number, and the date of October 29, 2018?
That's correct.
On the front of it, do you document the individual from which this item's clothing was collected as well as the amount?
Correct.
Does looking at that refresh recollection whether or not you collected currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that fairly accurately depict the currency and is it the same or substantially same condition being collected on October 29, 2019?
That's correct.
You're going to send a state requesting the state's S in.
No objection. No objection.
It'll be a minute. States S will be marked states 19.
I'm showing you and marked as state's T for identification purposes. Are those the sneakers that we just used in those photographs?
Yes.
Do they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes.
You're going to send a state requesting the state's T in.
Any objection?
No objection.
T will be admitted in the next series, counsel.
States T will be marked states 20.
Thank you.
And as you're very so kind to open this and publish it for the jury.
Is that one?
And just be assured those new out shoes. Where were they collected from?
It shows that they were collected from the hospital.
With regards to the other items that were collected from the victims, did you collect any suspect narcotics?
Not to my knowledge.
In terms of a this, that was October 29th, 2018, that was all the investigative work you did on that date.
Correct.
So I'm going to go forward to November 21st of 2018. What was your role in the investigation on that day?
On the 21st, can I have my report or some type of refresher?
Yes, if you would help refer to your report, I will make show defense counsel. Okay. And so you would just refer to it silently to yourself and once your memory is refreshed. Yeah. Thank you. So on November 21st of 2018, what was your role in this investigation?
Responded to US 27 to document a additional scene that was going to be some type of supplement to the initial call out.
Okay. When you arrived on scene at the US 27, who else was there?
Several other detectives, law enforcement personnel, to include Miramar Police Department detectives and other crime scene investigators.
And with regards to those crime scene investigators, what was your specific role?
To assist in documenting and collecting any evidence that was observed on the scene.
Did you document evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of, we're gonna start with the photographs. Did you take photographs at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Showing what was been previously marked as state V for identification. Investigator, do you recognize that USB?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize the photos that are attached to it?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize those?
It has my information on there, my badge number, Miramar Police Department badge number, and it's also my name.
Did you have an opportunity to review the contents of that USB and those photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the evidence and your processing and documenting on November 21st of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state requested to move states V into evidence in front of the public.
Objection.
No objection, basically with the same proviso. The USB you have not seen, if those are copies of the photograph, no objection.
They are the same, Your Honor.
No objection.
They'll be moved up.
Space B, you mark stage 121.
You may vote.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the first image.
So the photo template, the initial photo that's taken with the truck.
And is this still under the same 18-10-06269 case number?
Correct.
And what date again was this done on?
November 21st, 2018.
The next photo, what are you showing here?
The location where establishing shop where the scene is.
What direction are you facing in this photograph?
I believe it's going to be east to west. I'm sorry, south to north.
Hold on just one second. So you said you are facing east in this direction, west, and US 27 would be behind you?
Yes, that's correct, east to west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road?
That's correct.
And there are no power lines on the north side of the road?
That's correct.
Okay. You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well?
That's correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes, so the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are made covered by the shrubs or the grass.
So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with a, they have a photo marker next to it, but they depict the actual piece of evidence.
So going on to this next photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
And so on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
Again, showing 8, 9, 10 on the north. So I want to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. So the shell casing, spent casing. That's it.
That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall picture of a specific item and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of that.
And the glass appearing object underneath the casing, did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I did not believe it.
Why not?
I think After discussing with investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the case.
Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope
If she
of
knows.
her expertise. First, establish that she knows something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, and part of your training in crime scene, is it determining what evidence may be something that would be collect?
Yes.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glassware, do you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be evidence your value?
Yes, I do.
With regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital, had you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st of 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that is there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it was not.
Okay. Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that's on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to, are you able to zoom in? Is there another photograph? Or if I can refer to my report?
You can refer to your report. Would that help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes.
Okay. Anything to see the report? Same report? That's
Same report, I have it, thank you.
Draw your attention to the third photo number 3. And reviewing that, is your memory now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments
Yes, they
we were
are.
looking at. How are they different so it's clear on the record?
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Moving on to photo markers, and so this is the establishing shot for which 4 photo markers?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the close-up of photo marker number 4. What was the important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
So we're able to document the size of the specific item on the picture or that we're photographing.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes, they are.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
Spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of another view of these 2 casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. We'll move into the closer up one for photo marker number 6. I'm going to start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Is that the same one that was next to photo marker number 5?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And to the right of photo marker number 6?
It's another spent casing.
Going on to photo marker number 7. What are we looking at in photo marker number 7?
Spent casing.
Were all of these spent casings of the same caliber when you collected them?
Yes, they were.
Again, last photo here of number 7.
Spent casing.
Moving on to the north side of the street on 8, 9, and 10. What did you collect at photo marker number 8?
Glass fragments.
Is that a view of those glass fragments?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to photo marker number 9. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
Moving on to photo marker number 10. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
We're looking here now at one of the last 2 photos. What is this photo depicting?
Measuring or a detective utilizing a measurement device.
And what is that measurement device?
It measures distance. It's a yardstick or meter stick.
So I'm going to go through now with those items that were collected. My counsel has been marked as state W.
Can we approach? Yes. Please, bro. Yes.
The seal.
The glass fragments is all of the glass fragments that were contained.
Are there 5 samples of glass fragments that are in that container?
That's correct.
And that you recognize your seal and ID number as signed on that.
This thing, don't leave.
With regards to that, is there anything else on there that was not on there when you last sealed it?
Yes, there is.
The yellow sticker here, do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Here at this time, the state requesting that it states WN.
Very good. Yes.
Credit. She doesn't recognize the seal on that particular item.
Anything else?
Any other statement as to that? It's there.
Excuse me, anything else, Mr. Peterson?
No, sir.
Objection overruled. Will be admitted.
States W, we mark states 22.
Moving on to the market states X for identification purposes. Joint counsel.
What number?
Investigator Grant, I'm showing what's been previously marked as states X for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize them?
My writing on the packaging as well as my name and ID number, my ID number at the time.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on November 21st of 2018?
That's correct.
Are they sealed?
Yes, they are, sir.
Grant, this time state requesting that states X in.
No objection. It will be admitted.
States X will be marked states 23.
So Investigator Curry, on states 22 and 23, did you photograph those items?
Yes, sir.
So I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked and reviewed as states composite Y, a USC, and 9 pages of photographs. Of course. Investigator Curry, I'm showing you now what's been previously marked as states composite Y for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that USC and those 9 pages of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the documentation that you did of states 22 and 23 that is now in evidence?
Yes.
Now, at this time, state requesting of states Y in as
Any objection?
No objection with the same proviso. The USB is the same as the photographs.
That's the representation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It will be admitted.
Okay.
States Y will be marked states 24. So that's 1 USB composite and 9 photos.
So starting with what's labeled as image 76, if you could just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the case number that's on there as well as the number marker.
Yes. So the case number identifies it's in reference to the same case that these items were collected. In regards to the item number pertains to the photo marker that was in the photographs at the scene.
Prior to photographing and processing these on November 27th of 2018, did you do an in-back filter?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an in-back filter?
So an impact filter, it's used to collect any type of DNA or any additional information utilizing a test. The impact system itself uses a filtered item. So any type of DNA that is collected off of the item that's being tested is filtered and put onto a filter that has been tested and sent out to a lab.
And so, Investigator Curry, do you have training and experience on when it is appropriate to try and collect DNA from items?
That's correct.
In this instance, did you walk the jury through, please, the process of how you did the in-back filter collection?
With the assistance of additional crime scene technicians, after collecting the item itself, it is then submerged in sterile water. A machine then spins the item. In this case, it was the spec casing. It spins the item. The water then absorbs whatever that DNA or whatever particles are on the item that's within the water. And then after that, that water is then filtered through a kind of like a cotton swab or a cotton ball, and the remnants or whatever DNA or whatever additional items are filtered through that cotton ball and then sent out to the lab to be analyzed.
Can you see the DNA on there with the naked eye?
No.
Do you know if it's successful or not? How do you finish completing the filter?
No.
Going forward back to the photographs, you have a number 1 on here.
That's correct.
What does the number 1 correspond to with regards to the previous photographs you just looked at?
It corresponds to the yellow photo marker that was within the previous photograph.
So you photograph each casing from all sides and angles.
Yes.
So that's item number 1. 3 photos of that. And now, so if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what item we're looking at now.
Spec casing, identified as photo marker number 4.
With regards to the writing that's on the back of each of these spent casings, were they all consistent with one another?
Yes, they were.
And what type of writing or markings are on each of these casings?
Blazer, 40, S&W.
As a crime scene technician, what is a Blazer 40 S&W mean?
It refers to the caliber of the spec casing as well as the wording.
Moved on to item number 5 in these photographs.
Spec casing.
Were there more than one item at photo marker number 5?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 6.
Spec casing.
Again, was there more than one spec casing at photo marker number 6?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 7. What are you documenting in these photos?
Spec casing.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are you documenting in these photos?
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 3.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 8. Now we're back on the north side road. Is my recollection correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, photo marker number 8.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 9.
Glass fragments.
And photo marker number 10.
Glass fragments.
So going forward, after you photograph these, I want to go to your investigation when you were in Margate, Florida, with regards to this case very briefly. Did you assist with a search warrant in Margate, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect any evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Were any firearms collected? With regards to that specific location in Margate, do you remember where it was?
Yes.
And where was that?
Don't remember the specific address, but it was near the university.
Looking at it, is there anything to refresh your recollection as to the specific address?
Referring to my report.
And counsel, do you need to?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Counsel, read the first paragraph silently to yourself. Let me know when your memory is sufficiently refreshed.
Refresh.
Okay, and so what was the address of that?
5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
While you were at that residence, did you make contact with any individuals?
That's my recollection.
The search warrant and the photographs that were taken at that, you said there was no firearms recovered?
Correct.
Was there a storage unit key that was recovered?
I would have to refer to the report.
And is that without refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And the sixth paragraph, you could just read that silently to yourself.
Thank you.
So was there a storage unit key that was collected?
Yes, there was.
Was there mail collected from that location?
Yes, it was.
The individual that was named on the mail, who was that?
Jamell Demons.
With regards to later on that day, did you then help and assist on the execution of a second search warrant?
Yes, I did.
For that second search warrant at a storage unit location, did you recover any firearms there?
No, we did not.
Just a moment, please. So I'm going to show you what's then, show counsel. What's been marked as state Z. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as state and record identification as state's composite Z. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize those items?
With my handwriting on there, as well as my initials, date, and my police department number on seal.
And do they are the same or substantially same conditions when you collected them on the October 2018?
Correct.
Here at this time, state request to move states Z in a composite 3 items.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States,
Positive 3. What's the number?
state C is positive 3 items, and it will be on states 25.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 25, you said?
25.
And so, permission to publish state Z.
Right.
Mr. Murphy, so we have to open that and publish those items. And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are?
Yes, a clear bottle cup, ground leaf packaging with the restaurant inside, and Florida identification card for Anthony Williams.
And where were those items found?
Found at the hospital, retrieved from the hospital.
The items there, they're in the same condition?
Yes, they are.
With regards to what's been previously marked for identification as states AA, do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
A impact filter from the spent casings from the US 27.
And how do you recognize that?
With my markings, my writing, as well as my batch number and date on seal.
Is that in the same condition as when you packaged it and processed it in November of 2018?
Yes.
You're at the time state requesting states AA and states 26?
No objection?
No, no, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States AA mark 26.
So Investigator Curry, with regards to suspect narcotics, if they are found, are those collected?
Yes, they are.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics in this case?
Not to my recollection.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, my report.
If I can approach another copy of the property receipt, would that help in assisting you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a property receipt?
Yes. So a property receipt identifies the type of evidence or items that are obtained or collected.
Is that something you document at the time when you were collecting the items?
That's correct.
Looking at that property receipt, are you refreshed as direction if you collected any suspect narcotics?
That's correct.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics from the person of Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Cannabis.
Okay. And that item, was it packaged?
Yes, it was.
Do you have the ability to test suspect narcotics at a Miramar Police Department?
Yes, we do.
In terms of, is it analysis for a chemical certainty or is it a presumptive test?
It's a presumptive test.
Additional testing for any such information as to what that substance was, what agency does that to your knowledge?
It's sent out to the DSO lab.
So after you conducted the documentation, all the photographs, how do you preserve those photographs?
They are burned to a disk, whether CD or DVD, and stored in our evidence facility.
After you did that in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, can I see sidebar, please?
Okay. Okay, so that's going to end today's date with that. What I would like to do, only because we didn't get to cover, this morning when they had the hearing for Sarah, we didn't get to hear the hearing this morning because I personally, I didn't think, once I found out from yesterday, because we kind of knew yesterday that most likely that this hearing would, her trial was not going to start. Remember, Sweet Pea told y'all that this trial wasn't going to start. I thought it was too early, but I wanted to go through where we actually watched the hearing together because I want to know. Well, I didn't hear what everybody even said, but I would like to know exactly what happened, right? And what they said. And besides, y'all know, if I can look at the judge, then I kind of want to look at the judge a little bit. I shouldn't say that. That's probably not a good thing. Like, if I can put all eyes on the judge, let me see who has the full hearing on here. I see Court TV has it, but Court TV got it, and it looks... Oh, they got it, but they got it kind of like it got all this other stuff in there. Okay, we're gonna do Court TV. Look who decided to grant us with his presence today. What's up, Jason? Oh, okay. This is what, because y'all know I don't want to put that with this. So I am going to move us over to another room. I don't want Sarah's case to be mixed up with this Melly case. Yes, I am still working on some things. I'm all chopped up. Okay. So let me do this. Only so we can get a new alert out here real quick. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that like that. Give me a second. Okay, let me get this together real quick. Cause I just found out some information, y'all. you know, we got little birdies around here now. So I got some little birdies, some secret squirrel information. So I want to make sure that y'all get the secret squirrel information up front before anybody else do. Because who told y'all, with the secret squirrel stuff, who told y'all that this year wasn't gonna happen? Sweet Pea did. I just need a confirmation of it. But let me get this together because I do want to here, I'm about to wait a minute. Okay, I'm about to set up the room for us real quick. This shouldn't take me that long. Yeah, so this, just so y'all know, for the record, this trial has been postponed. The trial with the unspent bullet, that trial has been postponed. Like, we betting, I don't know. I haven't even found a live trial for us yet. Just so y'all aware. So it looks like worst case, I guess worst case, I won't say it's worst case scenario because I think we kind of okay right here. I wouldn't have did this as our rewatch, just so y'all know. But since we in it, if we want to keep watching this, I'm fine with it. Let me get this up for us. Let me get this room together. Yeah, so I'm fine if we want to stay in doing this, but I think our next case that we were looking at for even a rewatch was Crumbly. The mom, Jennifer Crumbly in Detroit. So just so y'all aware where we were at, what case we were looking at. Let me look at it on view on YouTube. Okay. Okay, so I am dropping the link for you guys to head over there. Let's head over there only because I don't want to mix it up with this Melly stuff, and I want to keep whatever we have on her. Hey, Christine. Whatever we have on her. Christine in the other room. She can't hear me because I have not went live yet. If y'all meet me over there, then we'll go into what breaking news I have for taking the trial people. Shout out to my little birdie friends. You said made it. Ooh-wee. Okay, so I am going to close this room down. I will see you guys over there. Just click on the link, put your seatbelt on. It will take you right over there, okay?